And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the STC number 122, your weekly dose of all things StarCraft. I'm Coach VIP, Live VIP, with you enjoyed by these amazing players and by the people in the chat as well. Welcome, one and all, to our second broadcast of the day. Of course, we just did wrap up with Lily Cup this morning, and now we're here with Sparkling Tuna Cup in the evening. Vámonos, papi, vámonos. Again, our weekly open tournament funded by the people for the people. If you're out there, if you want to help support us, you can do so via Patreon. Patreon does fund this tournament on a regular weekly basis, and we have quite a lineup here this week. Let's go! Exclamation mark be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. The bracket is looking very stacked this week. Suddenly, like, I don't know what it is, but suddenly we have not just our regulars, but we have a plethora of players available for us here. Some of the rarer signups have shown up here tonight. Let's go. I'm ready for it. I am excited. From the very top, as you can see, we have ByuN. We have ByuN waiting for the winner of Azura and Prome. Going to be a PvP leading into ByuN. Meanwhile, we have Gerald. Gerald is up against Roxas. Nicorette is up against Miu in the, likewise, lower bracket, or in the first round. Winners will face up against each other. We have Krystianer waiting for the winner of Honmono and Perceive. We have Percival going up against Samosel. We have Art versus Thrifax. That's going to be our series, by the way. We're going to be jumping into that PvT, leading into the winner of Percival and Samosel as well. It's going to be our portion of the bracket. As we scroll down even further to the lower half, we have SHIN. SHIN is number 2 seed of the tournament. We have SHIN waiting for the winner of Mini Zerg and MJG. That's going to be a PvZ leading into a Zerg player. It's going to be, then we have Young Yako versus David. We have Nice versus Spartan King. We have Skillous waiting for the winner of Rebellion and Hacker is top. We have Shameless versus you and GG Machine versus and GG Machine versus his opponent as well, versus Power DC. So we have a massive bracket here this week. A lot of players, a lot of signups, and it's going to be a harder one to call here. When it comes to the bigger names, of course, we have ByuN, we have SHIN, we have Skillous, of course, as well, but we have some other strong up-and-comers like your GG Machines, your Young Yakovs, Gerald, and Nicorette as well, Mini Zerg, Rebellion, Honmono, Shameless, the list goes on. Let's go. Hi. But the reason why I'm jumping on Art versus Thrifax to begin with, one, I did want to avoid the ZVZs. Like, I was very tempted. Oh, hold on. I was very tempted to potentially focus on, say, like Young Yakov into Nice, into SHIN, for example, for some Zerg action, especially because Zerg players and Zerg matchups are quite rare nowadays. It is quite rare to catch some Zerg players. That is true, but at the same time, I did want to avoid the mirror matchup as well, the potential mirror matchup, wanted to showcase some of the other players, and again, we do have Thrifax playing for the first time in a long time, actually. It's been, what, over 6 months? It's been over 6 months since Thrifax has competed. I want to say the last time he played was last year, July. Jeez, it's been a long time. It's been a long time since he has competed. So he's here, he's back, he's playing for the first time in 2026. We're here for him, of course, and we'll see how he compares to Art. Art, of course, who has been practicing, who has been competing in the absence of Thrifax. So Art is going to be favored, but Thrifax has potential as a player. Does have a lot of potential here, and he is marking his return to StarCraft. Let's go. Let us go. In my mind, I thought he had silently retired, like, you know, many players have. But great to see the return of Thrifax, and I hope he does well. Thrifax, he was, I would say, the second best Zerg player in Poland, second only to a Laser. Be a Laser, then Thrifax, then probably a Ristery. I think that's kind of where I would place them. But again, Thrifax, he just hasn't played in a long time, so oh boy, we'll see how they compare to each other. Spawning in the bottom hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the blue Protoss player representing Quasar. It is Art. And spawning in the right hand corner, we have the Polish Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg. It is Thrifax. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what's happening is it is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats as we get into our PvZ. Let's go. Let us go. It's going to be opening up. Welcome to Tourmaline. Tourmaline is one of the smaller maps of the map pool. Shuttle resistance by ground. Aggression is favored on Tourmaline. And we'll see how Trifax will approach this. In my mind, I'm feeling all in. I'm feeling it all in. I'm feeling a 3-base heavy play. We'll keep an eye on our Zerg player. Meanwhile, Art across the map does block the expansion, forcing the unnatural natural out of Trifax. Trifax, he had the option to expand towards his opponent to spread creeper across the map and to go for an all-in, but he does expand at the 3rd location instead. A much more standard expansion location for our Zerg player. True. It's going to be a lot more standard. So just catching up. Just going to be catching up. So in the end, standard opener, just a bit of an awkward location for the expansion. Back at home, Art does go for his own gate into Nexus, into Cybercore. Art is typically very mid-game focused, very mid-game oriented, and not really one to turtle up too much and go into Skytoss, so we do expect to see some mid-game heavy play from both Art and Trifax. True. As Art is being as annoying as possible, going to be denying mining here in the main, doing the best he can to do so. And again, does disrupt some mining, does force some micro out of Trifax. From here we are settling it. As a reminder, when it comes to the overall format of the tournament, it's an open cup, of course, but both semifinals will be casted, both semifinals will be covered, and it's going to be an intense one, Pat. True. As we have our take of choice, going to be a Stargate opener out of Art. Everything's looking normal, everything's looking standard, opening up Stargates into Oracle, into his own 3rd. So far, so good. Really what we're looking for is the further tech. So from here, Twilight Council or Forge or Robo, the timing of that tech, whether we stay in gas or pull out of gas. It's all about that follow-up and comparing the tech to, of course, the 3rd base timing. Likewise from Trifax, we're looking to see where he spends his gas, whether he goes into an earlier lair, earlier Evo Chamber, or earlier Roach Warren. Just kind of waiting for that tech. Art does poke in. Oh, focusing, gets 1 drone so far, not bad. Getting one, just the 1 worker, but a nice start here for Art. It does shade away. The Oracle is in production. And here comes the 2nd Adept. Remember, 2 Adepts say 1-shot drones. So already Art applying a lot of pressure. It's going to be on Trifax to minimize losses, to be able to get into the mid-game in good standing. But we'll see if he can. Oh. So far, he's keeping up. Adepts, they do shade back home. The threat of keeping your Adepts busy out here is you get surrounded, you lose the Adepts to the Lings, and then bam, your 3rd base is delayed. Speaking of, the 3rd is delayed. It's true. Just now looking to expand. Adepts, they make it back home in time to claim that 3rd. Lings, they attempt to surround. There's a shade back home in between the mineral lines. So nice movement here by Art. The Oracle does get across the map. So far, no kills. No support at the 3rd base, but there's a support just now finishing up in the main. Queen's position as well. Very nice time here. Very nice timing for Trifax. Very nice defense. So far, clean defense here against the first Oracle, but remember, we have more Oracles on the way. Now we get the Twilight Council, and that is going to be Twilight Council into Forge. I was going to say this feels early compared to the 3rd, but the 3rd was also late. So the timings are a little bit off here. They're a little bit off. I'm assuming +1 and Blink, but we'll see if Art does mix in an early charge-based build instead. Shall see. Spore does finish up in time. 1 drone goes down, just the 1. And overall, it's been a solid defense tier. Trifax has lost 3, 2. 2 drones have gone down so far. And we have the answer, it's going to be lair first. Now, it is a bit of a later lair. This is, what, a 450-ish lair timing. So the lair is a little bit delayed. Now going for the Roach Warren. Obviously, we're skipping the Evo Chamber. We're not going into Ling Hydra. We're going into a more Roach-heavy composition instead. As we have Art diving in towards the natural. Lings are in position. Oracle's going to be zoned away. There's a support the 3rd. And Trifax, he is quick to react, by the way. Pulls away his workers. 1 drone goes down. So far, it's been a solid defense here. I mean, sure, he's lost 3 drones so far, but this could have been so much worse. As Trifax is building up here into his 3-base economy. At the same time, Art's back at home, building up into Blink. Again, +1, Blink, Gateway Explosion. And he's taking. Okay, he's taking up even further. He's not going for any kind of committed 3-base play. He's working toward, or committed blink play, I should say. But he's working up and building into Storm. So Blink Stalkers into Storm into a 4th expansion. Gases are being taken. We're building up into the mid game. So Archie's getting into the mid game. For now, applying pressure. Blink will be done in time, so Art can blink away. So the Oracles to support. And Trifax actually going for the Hydra then, so he's going into Roach Hydra. Okay. Does build up into Roach Hydra. Alright, looking for a way in. Does find the 4th base. Ooh, and the 4th is under fire. Trifax not so sure he can actually deal with this. Stasis Trap does feel okay, not close enough to the larva. Doesn't get triggered. Yeah, the ace goes down. Yeah, massive pickup here. The 4th base does fall. Nicely done by Art. Now he can back up. He can back up. He can pull away. Trifax's economy is stifled. But he is massing up an army. He's got roaches on the way. Brutal supply block for Trifax. He does find the 4th. And will also force a cancel. So we have a back and forth here. We have a back and forth. There's a cancellation. That's a kill on the pylon. Ooh, the Oracle does punish. Probe is focused down. Nice pick up there by Trifax. Nice pick up. As he does pull out. So nice delay here on the 4th. Trifax double expanding. Again, his 4th went down, so he's getting a 4th and a 5th expansion. He has to catch up. He's trying to play catch up. Building up his Hydras. Still a very low economy here for Trifax. I might say low economy, just a 3-base economy. It's not ideal. Art is ahead economically, and oh, he is doing well for himself. He's looking secure here with his Storm, throwing down cannons, shield batteries, and taking up into Sky Toss. If you recall, initially I said that Art was more mid-game oriented, but clearly we are building up into more than just the mid-game, into the late game. Building up into the Mothership, in towards Tempest. Art is getting ready to secure himself. And I'm not so certain that Trifax can do much about it. I'll be honest. Except Art is pushing. So Trifax, he can maybe attempt to surround, but again, his army is lacking. He was being supply blocked. The economy is delayed. So Trifax doesn't really have the army to deal with this. At least not to shut it down. Yeah, Storm does force him to be zoned away. Art can maneuver over towards the expansion. He's just diving in the army, actually. Oh my god. Yeah, he's diving in the army. He's got 3 storms. There's 1, 2 massive storms on the Hydras. Ay, ay, ay. There's 1 storm left. Sorry, there's 2 storms left. But One-Eyed Templar gets focused down. Yeah, One-Eyed Templar is targeted. Another massive storm. Hydras, they just melt. Oh god, the storms are crazy. Everything gets stormed. The entire army crumbles, and Art has done it. Before we even think about the Sky Toss army, and thank god. Before we get there, Art, he breaks through. He breaks through, he overwhelms. GG gets called, and Art takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played against some brutal storms just breaking through that army. But it wasn't really about the storms. That's what ended the game. That's what killed Trifax. That is true. But what's important is the lead up to that. The 4th base. The 4th base being denied was huge. Lack of economy, lack of supply, lack of production. Everything. Oh, everything did go down. Sorry, just setting up. Un momento. Okay. But GG well played. Again, like, it was a really rough early to mid game. And that led into a more difficult defense there out of Trifax. It led into Art striking then and there. It wasn't just that, though. It was the earlier losses, but also the fact that Trifax was teching. We didn't really give it too much attention, but Trifax, he was working towards a Lurker Den. He was working towards an Infestation, but he was working towards also a longer and later game. So he was caught with his pants down, right? He was caught in that moment of vulnerability, and Art did take full advantage. GG. GG well played, and with that, we're now getting in towards game number 2, and we'll see if Trifax can recover. We'll see if Art can instead close out the series. I will say that the early game was solid. I was very, very impressed, and I was praising Trifax for his Adept defense, for his Oracle defense. That was all on point. The lair was a little bit late, true. Roachron was a little bit late, also true. And the 4th base did get killed, right? Like, despite the strong early game, like, the follow-up there coming into the mid game was very shaky for Trifax. And we'll see if we can recover, we'll see if we can tighten up. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Title Citadel, we have the blue Protoss player. Representing Team Quasar, leading the series 1-0. It is Art. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player, the Polish Zerg. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Thrifax. Let's go. Let us go. As we are going to be opening up. We are going to be settling into Title Citadel, a larger map of the map pool. Now, because the map is larger, it does mean that if we had the same build and the same kind of scenario, Art's push will take longer to get across the map, which means Thrifax would have more time to recover. That's also another fact that I should emphasize. It wasn't just that we saw a rough setup into the mid game for Thrifax, but also because the map was so small, the punish is that much harder, right? The move out and the push hits even stronger on Tourmaline than it would here on Title Citadel, so it's even more unforgiving, I think I should say, in game one. So even more unforgiving. Coming into game two, we'll see how our players do adjust their approach. Art, we're expecting more of the same. Thrifax, we might see him go for an earlier Evo chamber. We might see him, again, in general, the opener of the build itself can be tightened up. Could see a faster layer, faster Roach Warren, faster Evo chamber. We'll see. We shall see. He takes his own advice. If your pants says, so you can never be caught with your pants down. True, true. That's the hero way, papi. That's the hero way. You can't catch him if the pants were never there to begin with. Este hero. Yeah. It's the dark way as well, to be to be fair. Yeah, no. And Thrifax is going for his natural, just gate expanded to Cybercore. Everything so far is looking as it should. So far, so good. Meanwhile, Art, he does go for a sec of choice here. This time not going for Stargate, but going for a Twilight Council opener. Okay, and do you see what I see? Only 2 mining gas. 2 in the northern gas geyser, 2 in the southern gas geyser. Because he's pulling out of gas, this screams Glaive Adepts. It screams 4 gate Glaives. Usually, if you stay in gas, then it's indicative of Dark Shrine, of DTs of Dark Templar, as it's a little bit more gas intensive. Oh, where's the Robo though? Usually 4 gate Glaives would be coinciding with a Robo with a War Prism to reinforce across the map. Ah, okay, so this is a macro variation. So what's happening here? It is 4 gate Glaives, as we had assumed. So 4 gate Glaive Adepts, as we mentioned, you pull 1 out of each gas geyser, it screams Glaives, but there's no Robo. What does that mean? That means that Art can expand. The money that would have been spent on a Robo can instead be spent on a Nexus. Speaking of, there it is. Typically your Nexus is heavily delayed because this is a more committed build with a Robo with an Immortal, sorry, with a Robo with War Prisms. But here, because we're cutting resources and we're saving money by not getting the Robo, we can afford the expansion, so this is a macro Glaive Adept build. Now there's a bit of a give and take here. On the one hand, it also means that this is less aggressive, so there's less of a chance that this gets damage done, but at the same time, because you're revealing a third base, Thrifax, there's a higher chance he just drones. There's a higher chance he doesn't make safety roaches because it looks more standard. It's less obvious from the outside looking in that this is Glaive Adepts. Especially since Thrifax did not get into the base. Now, what Thrifax will notice, though, is lack of Oracle, right? The longer this goes on, the longer there is no Oracle, the more alarm bells are going to be ringing here. You must be thinking, hold up, something's wrong. Where are the Oracles? Where's the air? Where's the Sky Toss? Clearly, money has to be spent elsewhere, either Dark Templar or Adepts. So you can see here, Roach production has begun. Lings are amassing for Thrifax. Does see the Adept Warp in. And Thrifax is making roaches. So far, good reactions. Nice call out of Thrifax. Adepts, they do make their way across the map. Shading into the main. There are only links to defend, though. The Roaches are still not out. Yeah, and the Adepts, they hold their own. They're getting to the middle line. Drones are going to be going down. Just now going to be falling. Getting 3, 4, 5, up to 6. 5 drones go down. Shading towards the third base. No saturation, no workers. Thrifax, he barely droned. And Thrifax, it's looking a little bit rough here for him. He's down in economy. You could argue he hasn't lost too many workers, but he's lost enough, right? 0 mining at the third base, 5 dead workers, and he's now up 10 probes. And remember, he has the kind of better economy here. Now, the one downside, because the robot was delayed, it means that Immortal production is also delayed as well. A Roach all-in from Thrifax could hit quite hard. It could hit quite hard. The first Immortal's on the way, and Thrifax is droning. Oof. He's re-droning. It's re-droning, resaturating. Lings, they collapse in, they get a surround. Trading with the Adepts. Adepts, they do manage to shade away, making their way into the mineral line. They're going for more economic damage. Oh god, more drone kills. 4 more drones going down. 9 in total. Can we get 10? Not quite. Actually, does. Yeah, 10 drones going down. Oh gosh. This is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand here. Critical damage. In total, 12 drones have fallen this game. 13, 14. Do we get 15? Not quite. 14 drones. And Art has a third. That's the scary thing about this build here, is that this wasn't meant to get too much damage because of the faster expansion, but instead, he wreaks havoc. He wreaks havoc. 14 worker kills. Art back at home, building up his Immortal Sentry army, building up his Soul Train, and here comes the Prism for what? To move out. Art is going for a strong push here on 3 bases. If he wanted to, he could get a 4th. He could get a 4th base. He could start to tech up, go for Templar Archives, go for Storm, go for Colossus, build up into a longer game. But nah, he's going for the kill. He smells blood in the water. He's just going for the kill. The 1-2 punch. He crippled with the Adepts, and now he's going to kill with the Immortal Sentry. And Thrifax is trying to muster up some units here, but again, he had to rebuild his economy. He lost too many workers. He just lost too many drones. Too much damage. GG gets called. There's no final fight, and Art, he will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the round of 16. GG. Whew. GG, well played. RT does claim the series, does advance on. My condolences to Thrifax. Again, game 1, I was so impressed with Thrifax's early game, with his early game defense. Unfortunately, he lost his 4th base. He got supply blocked, right? His tech was a little bit delayed. Like, getting into the mid game was a little bit rough there for Thrifax. Here in game 2, unfortunately, because I would imagine because of the 3rd base, because this build was quirky and unorthodox, it did catch Thrifax off guard. Unfortunately, he was lacking Roaches. He was lacking SimCity. The Depths, they did hit at a quirky timing, but they popped off. They dealt critical damage. GG all played. From that moment, I would say that Thrifax had to make a choice. Either go for an all-in after losing all those workers, or try to macro. And he tried to macro. He tried to macro back out of it, but he had lost far too much. GG well played. With that, congratulations to Art. He does claim the series, and we're going to be following Art into the next round. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let's go. We got a lot of updates. We got a lot of updates here. We already have, I believe, oh, not quite, but we will soon have our next series. Here we go. Let us scroll on up and catch up on the tournaments. There we go. Can we zoom in a little bit? There we go. So ByuN, he's still waiting for the winner of Azura and Prime. PvP is still ongoing. I don't know who to favor, I'll be honest, against between Azura and Prime. Wishing them both the best. It's going to be a close PvP. And meanwhile, Gerald takes down Roxas 2-0. Nickrat takes down Miu 2-0. And we have a Gerald versus Nickrat in the round of 16. Best of luck. Best of luck to those two players. It's going to be a very close, very clutch back and forth. Scrolling down, we have Krystianer. Krystianer's up against Honmono in the 2nd round. That's going to be a spicy PvT. It's going to be chaotic. It's going to be nonsense. Best of luck. Best of luck to our players. Scrolling down a little bit further here, we have Percival. He's still up against Samosel in the 1st round when it goes up against Art in the round of 16. We're waiting for that. We're waiting for that match. We're waiting for that series. Scrolling down a little bit further here, let's have a look. There we go. Bam. Scrolling down a little bit further, do we have any other updates? We have MJG. MJG takes down Mini Zerg 2-0 up against SHIN in the next round. We have, which I would say is an upset. That's a crazy fast result here. Mini Zerg is favored for sure. He's one of the younger up-and-coming players, but I do believe he got cheesed the hell out in that first round. We then have Young Yako versus Nice. That's a spicy ZVP. Nice, he is a retired player, but every now and then he does stream and he does play again in a more casual fashion, but it's always amazing to see Nice every now and then. I do wish him the best. Scrolling down, we have Rebellion. Rebellion takes down Hackers Top 2-0. Rebellion's up against SKillous in a PvP. And we have GG Machine who takes down Power DC, waiting for the winner of Shameless and You. Okay, so for the most part, the first round is wrapping up. The first round is wrapping up, and we're getting into the round 16. As we mentioned before, there's a lot of really high-profile matches, and we're a little bit spoiled for choice. Oh, we just got an update. Shameless takes down You. Shameless up against GG Machine into the round of 16. Also another high-profile, also a really good matchup, to be honest. Like, I'm tempted, very, very tempted to cover Shameless versus GG Machine, but usually we follow one player into the other, right? We're following Art into either Percival or Samusel. We'll stick to it. But that's a juicy one though. Like, to be fair, that's a juicy series. So many good matches. Oh. Otherwise, hope you're all doing well. Hope you're all doing well in the chat. I guess just because we have some downtime here, we're going to be cutting to a short break. And when we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have our round of 16 match. So we'll see you soon. See you soon after the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. welcome back everyone, welcome back to the round of 16. The round of 16 here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the STC number 122, your weekly dose of open StarCraft. We are here, we are back, we are live, and I do apologize for the break that we did have. I hope you enjoyed the brutal OOC nonetheless, as we had to wait for the round of 32 match to conclude, and now we are here. We are here, we have arrived, we have returned, and we have our PvT spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness. We have the South Korean Terran player, we have the Red Terran. It is Percival. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Quasar. It is Art. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our PvT. Art was hyper aggressive last series. We saw in game 1 he was able to pop off, able to break his opponent early on when it came to the Stalker regression into Storm timing. Game 2 we saw that Art did go into Glaive Adepts. Glaive Adepts then into a 3-race push with Sentry Immortal and was able to break Thrifax early on. We'll see if that aggression translates here to PvT as well, or if Art takes a different approach. First things first, Percival comes in for the attempted eBay block. Art is already on the low ground and he sees SV. Yeah, he does confirm, and he will deny the block. eBay gets thrown down, boys are being pulled, and Art, he will defend. Now, the purpose here and what typically happens, if the probe wasn't scouting on the low ground, then Percival would have progressed with the eBay, would have gotten up to like 50% HP, then Percival can head on over, patrol over at the third location and force the low ground expansion instead. So you can force the low ground base out of the Protoss player, and then bam, you can all in, or you can be aggressive and you can punish the Protoss for being in a very awkward position. But thankfully, Art does scout, he does confirm, he does shut it down, and he will expand on location at the natural. So again, very fortunate there for Art, having the wherewithal to scout the low ground. Meanwhile, Percival back at home, going for his own racks into CC. But remember, the CC is a little bit delayed because of the eBay. So there's a bit of a give and take here. And we do see the Percival in the end. I mean, his build is going to be a little bit off as a result. That's why he does have the CC on the high ground to keep it safe. Oh, hello. That's going to be a Rax expand into a second Rax. Now, this can lead into a couple of different things. This can lead into a 2-on-1 or into a 3 Rax follow-up, and we could even go one step further and go into a 4 Rax 2-base all-in. So we'll keep an eye on Percival. Regardless, we're going for a very strong stint timing, right? Delayed factory, delayed starport, a heavy Raxes, early tech lab, early stim, combat shields, a heavy timing here out of Percival. You can turn this into a 2-base all-in. We'll see how committed Percival is going to be. Meanwhile, back at home, we do see the Reaper poke in, getting eyes on the eventual tech. As Art will soon throw one down. I thought that was a misclick, unfortunately. Unfortunately, hallucinates one of the slowest units you can hallucinate, so very limited scouting. The Reaper does confirm as well. Does get eyes on the Disruptor. That was unfortunate. Now, that might actually kill Art, by the way. Like, I know we're poking fun. It's like, that feels bad, man. At the same time, remember, Percival's going for a 3-Rax. He's going for an early sim timing. This should be being scouted by the hallucination. The Phoenix should be in the main right now, and Art has zero vision of the main base. He was meant to. This Disruptor was supposed to be a Phoenix, was supposed to give him information, and now he has nothing. So Art is playing blind. It's very, very unfortunate. Behind this, he's going for a 3-gate opener, relatively safe build, but he needs to know what he's up against to be able to engage ahead of time. He has to force out early stims. He has to pick away at the Marines. He has to slow down the push before he gets across the map. But he doesn't know there's a push coming. And here comes the hallucination, and the Reaper confirms it. Now, Percival, he does see the hallucination. He's moving into intercept. Oh, no. And with that, can he catch out the Phoenix? Can he catch him? He can. Does start to step in, and the Phoenix goes down. Massive pickoff once again. Art, he sees nothing. He sees nothing in the main. Oh no. Not like this. Feels disruptor, man. Seeing that this many Marines this early is a bit of a tell. No, this could be a 2-on-1, right? It's like, so for all he knows, it could be a 2-on-1, it could be a 3-ax, it could be 3cc 3-ax. There are still, it could be a 4-ax 2-base all in. There's still like maybe we pull the boys. Yeah, we're gonna pull the boys as well. So Art has an idea as to what it is, but there are like what 3, 4, 5 different builds it still could be without seeing the main base. And here we go. The army's revealed. We're still holding onto the stim. The boys are here to kill. Yeah, does dive, and the Stalker's getting one. Blink is not yet done. Yeah, Blink isn't complete. Still finishing up. And Percival is just going for the kill. Going for the kill. Going for the throw. Going for the Artosis Pylon. No! Pylon goes down. Depowers the shield battery. Boys are being pulled. Blink finishing up in 4 seconds. Yeah, until then, those Stalkers are getting picked off. That's going to be another 2, 3 Stalkers going down. Oof. Tries to blink over. And these are hefty losses here for Art. Losing 13 probes. How many? 13 probes and 7 Stalkers. Behind this, Percival is ahead economically. He did pull the boys, but remember, he killed so many workers here across the map. So Percival's economy is still strong. Oh no! Catching out 2 Stalkers. Gets 1. Yeah, GG. GG gets called, and Percival takes game number 1. Ay, ay, ay. GG, well played with that. Percival, he does take a lead in the series, and unfortunately Art, he just had no vision, no scouting. That first hallucinated disruptor was brutal. It was again, it was a mistake, it was not intentional, and it delayed the scouts, and eventually there was 0 scouting information. I say 0 scouting, as was mentioned previously, did see an excess of Marines, which is a bit of a tell, but as I mentioned before, there are still, it could have been still a greedier build. It could have been 3cc 3-ax, it could have been an earlier 2-on-1, we could have been more committed, less committed. Again, still limited information there for Art, and back at home he was woefully underprepared. Oof. And here we go. Here we go. We're now going to be getting into game number 2, and we'll see if Art can bring it back. We'll see if Percival can close it out. Let's go. Alright, let's go. And spawning in the top right corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran in the series 1-0, and we'll see if we can close it out here and now. It is Percival. Spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Blue Protoss, the Blue Protoss player himself, representing Quasar. It is Art. Let's go. Let us go. Hello, Esther Percival. I don't know if you noticed, but he did set a rally here towards the 3rd base location. SCV is moving out across the map as we speak. So eyes are on Percival here, as it looks like he may go for another eBay block. He did attempt so in game 1 and failed to do so. But this time we have an earlier probe scout out of Art, which means this time there should not be a worker on the low ground. Sends out a second SCV. Never mind, this is more committed. He's having fun. He's having fun. No eBay block. He sends out 1, 2 SCVs. He's got 1 Rax back at home to make it look standard. And he's proxying another 2. Oh boy. So we do have our 3-ax Reaper here. I'm assuming Reaper just because gas has been taken. So Reapers can be sent across the map. Oh boy. We do see Art, he pokes in, he tries to get vision, he sees a standard opener for, he knows there should be a CC on the low ground, he should be on patrol on the low ground as well. Hopefully he goes back into the main and confirms that nothing's being built, but he's going to be denied that. Yeah, he'll be denied the scouts. There's a depot, full wall off here at the ramp, which means Art, he sees nothing. For all he knows, there could be a CC further back. Oh boy. So this is dangerous. Currently, Art, there's nothing that's really ringing alarm bells when it comes to responding and reacting. So there's no early zealots. There's no early unit. Reapers are building up. He's scouting though. He has a wherewithal. He does scout. He does confirm both Raxes. He sees. He sees. He knows. And now we need a battery. We need a battery in the main. We need a battery at the natural. We need to set up. There's that first battery. I'm hoping we get a safety battery in the main base as well. He's getting 2 batteries at the natural. Oh. Did he think this was Marauder? No, he saw the positioning though. Yeah, he saw the positioning. He knows that there are no add-ons. I mean, Reapers, of course, are now revealed. And Reapers, they can just bypass that natural expansion. There we go. Okay, battery in the mineral line. It's going to be later, but it's on the way. Meanwhile, we're building up in towards 4 Reapers. And we do see that Percival, he's he's floating back home. But he's transitioning. Factory's on the way. That's what's important. We do have the factory in production. Percival, he will expand, I'm assuming. Yep, there it is. Going for a CC. And this is a really awkward position now for Percival. He can no longer find damage. The batteries are now up and running. And Percival's in a very rough position here. His base is so heavily delayed. My assumption here is he turns this into a 2-base all-in, right? Like, Percival, he's not out of this by any means. He does now have other options ahead of him, but I feel like it should be an all-in here. I feel like macroing up and trying to catch up with Art from this position is going to be very difficult. We'll see what he goes for. We shall see. In a sense, you could argue that, oh, okay, we force out some resources here in the shield batteries. That is true, but Art, he did not really stop too much worker production. So his probing has been decent. And what's also true is the Reapers are still alive. They can still find more value. They can still find more damage. Cloak Banshee. Okay, Hallucination this time gets in, confirms the cloak. Nice scout out of Art. Does confirm the research. From here, Art just waiting until Blink finishes, claiming his own third. I'm curious to see that Percival, he did not cancel Cloak. True, it's still finishing. Still investing into Cloak despite the fact he knows it's been scouted. He might even just join it with the main army. We'll see as the Banshee does move out on the left-hand side and will attempt to distract Art. Tanks are amassing. We have our 3 Raxes. I don't know if you noticed something here, but there is no tech lab on these Raxes. Intentionally so. There's no stim. There's no stim. This does scream 2-base all-in, which I think is the correct thing to do. I think it's the correct call, considering the early game. The Robo is done. We do need some safety Immortals. Banshee's going to be zoned away, but this is keeping Art busy, and the Reapers, they get into the main. And 2 probe kills so far. 3. And 3, 4 probes. Shield batteries out of energy, getting up to 6. Oh my god! Yeah, 6 probes go down. Very nice damage here with the Reapers. Very nice. And soon, Percival can pull the boys. Now, the Hallucination does confirm the lack of add-ons, so he's seen enough. Art, he knows that an all-in is coming. And we still need some Immortals defensively back at home. He's taking up into the bay. This does feel quite greedy. I don't think Colossus are going to come into play for this defense. Here come the boys. Here comes the all-in. Yeah, I mean, with he's still making more Observer. We need Immortals. Yeah, no safety Immortals. That's the 3rd Observer. Sorry, that's the 4th Observer that is being made. It does seem like the Hallucination Scout didn't quite click in his mind as to how aggressive this was. Now he confirms the all-in. Back at home, do we have enough to defend? Charge is not going to be a factor. Charge is not going to be done. Remember, there's no Immortals. He's got 4 Observers. Tanks are getting within range of the natural. They're getting within range of the pylon. Goes to the blink, goes to the dive, gets 1. Gets 1 tank. Banshees do cloak, gets another Banshee. But so many Stalkers are going down. Yeah, they're getting picked up, they're getting punished. 4 Stalkers left. Charge is now done. We have another tank rallying in. And with that, Percival, can he barely break through? It's close. It's still so close. 2 Stalkers left. Yeah, down to 2 Stalkers, and with that, it looks like barely is breaking through. I say that we're bringing 2 Stalkers at a time. Colossus is on the way. Catching up the Observers. Sure, I guess. I mean, Art is holding. Art, he's holding on. He's getting on top of the tank with the Warpins. Shuts down the tank. He's holding. He's surviving. Este Art. Ooh, now there's no Observer. True. Now there's no Observer. Banshee gets free damage with GG. GG gets called. The all-in fails, and Art, he survives. We're going to the ace match. Whew. GG, well played. A very shaky defense there from Art. Again, it did look like he didn't quite recognize that an all-in was coming his way. Didn't quite recognize what he had seen across the map. So as a result of that, there were no safety immortals. He had an excess of observers. He was taking up into Colossus. It was a greedy defense there from Art, but did get away with it. Was able to focus on those tanks, was able to pull off the defense, and with that we are getting into the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Holy Lime 23. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime for 37 months. God, thank you so much. I do appreciate the support. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Hope you enjoy. Thank you so much, Pappy, as we're getting into the ace match, getting into game number 3. Whew. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting into the ace match here, and this can go either way. Of course. We expect to see Percival calm down. I do feel like, of course, Percival, he was forced into an all-in because he did fall behind early on in game number 2 due to the failed proxy through axe. So as we mentioned, Percival, he only had one real option available to him, and it barely didn't quite pan out. We do expect to see a bit of a standard early game this time to not be forced into that kind of decision. But here we go. Here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran. It is Percival. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, representing Quasar. It is Art. I've watched this for years, never seen the fake disruptor game into 4 observer builds. Oh no, not like this. I mean, true. Unironically, I think that's the first time I've seen a hallucinated disruptor. Obviously, just to re-emphasize, it was a mistake. Like it was a misclick to make the disruptor instead of a hallucinated Phoenix. But unironically, I don't think I've ever seen hallucinated disruptors before. It's very common to hallucinate air units or hallucinate Colossus that also provide high ground vision. Also just like to bait out shots and bait out attacks. To hallucinate stalkers to also bait attacks. To hallucinate workers to be able to spread out your workers and to scout a little bit more efficiently. But yeah, that's definitely something I haven't seen before. Like this. It's a first. As for the first time this series, double gas. So double gas opening out of Percival, going for a faster factory here, so a more tech-heavy start out of our Terran player. Technically, this can turn into a one-base all-in, but we should be seeing factory into CC into fast starport. From there, we can go into an early drop. We can go into early Banshee play, early Raven. There's a lot of options here for Percival. We'll see how he kind of commits into the mid-game. Fake probes are my favorite. Yeah, for sure. I mean, fake workers are actually useful. For those who don't know, when you hallucinate a probe, you actually make 4 workers, 4 probes, and that means you can fan them out, and you can actually scout and cover more ground faster by hallucinating a worker. So you just fan them out and scout for proxies, for example. It is limited by terrain, so it's a scouting option that you have. But of course it won't be useful when it comes to scouting your opponent's main base, but it is useful for scouting for proxies. You also see it used to bait out Widowmine shots. Because you make 4 workers, because you have an excess of workers hallucinated there, then you can kind of bait out more shots. Bait out more mine shots. But here we go. We have our Phoenix across the map. This time a Phoenix, not Disruptor. Does get across the map, and we'll confirm that there is a CC and that we have a 1-1-1 opener. We'll see if we get eyes on the Widow Mine. And does scout. Yep, does scout the mine. Does confirm, is aware of the mine drop. So nice scouting here by Art. Even baits out the mine shot. Back on, we have our Twilight Council. Twilight Council into Blink, and Art mentally should be prepared now for Widow Mines. So here comes a double mine drop. Did he see the add-on? Did see the add-on. So confirming the add-on that was on the way also confirms there was only 2 Widow Mines. So not too committed. Ah, Percival moving out with the Marines as well. Interesting. As we have the drop into the natural. Alright, he does react, does pull away. Oh god, Jesus. Oh. Yeah, Maya just going off. 4 probes go down. A messy defense, messy reaction here by Art. Initially, he wanted to fight the Widow Mine. And we'll lose an excess of 2 workers. So 4 probes go down, and both Widow Mines survive as well. It does seem like he was invested into more of a main base defense. The 3rd base is on the way, but a shaky defense here. And and Percival has potential for another drop. He can always drop back in. Back at home, do you see what I see? Viking production. Tanks and Vikings, this looks like a 2-base all-in. So Percival is going for a 2-base all-in. Yep, the boys are being pulled. Why does it look this way? Because Vikings are added DPS as quickly as possible. It's just a way to kind of bolster your army, bolster your damage output while using the starport this early on. Landed Vikings can actually trade very, very well against Stalkers. They do bonus damage to armored units. Okay, within range of the 3rd. And Blink is done in 10 seconds. The boys are here. Shield battery is denied. And sure, Percival, he's within range of the 3rd base, but we need more than just the 3rd. We need the natural. Jumping into the main. 6 probes. Matter of fact, does join up with the main army. Oh no! Nice interception. Very nice, but gets punished. Tank boys going up, getting 2, 3 Stalkers. Oh my, 5, 6. 6 Stalkers go down. That was not worth it. Oh god. The bait. He blinked in to intercept the medevac, but he lost everything in the process. And with that, he's being broken. He's being broken here, and now he lost 6 Stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. Tanks are moving in. And Percival, he's breaking that natural. The Immortal is just too far away. It's too far out. It's being chronoed as we speak. Looks like it will pop out, thankfully, thanks to the 2nd pylon. Tank boys on these Stalkers. Boys are being pulled into the choke point. Does go for the dive. He gets punished, though. Oh my god, massive tank shots. The Immortal is barely going to get away. No, it's being hunted down. The landed Vikings, they pop off. They're crazy, Pappy. Especially with the repair. Yeah, they're being repaired. Stalker's being turned away. GG gets called. The natural is broken, and Percival, he will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. Whew. Hi, GG, well played. Congratulations, Percival. He will claim the series. Again, Art, he was doing decently well, just buying time, building up his Stalkers, getting the Immortal out, of course. But again, the blink and the dive on the medevac was punished so hard. 6 Stalkers went down in the process. That was not worth it for Art, and everything just very quickly snowballed out of control. If that hadn't happened, with those 6 extra Stalkers, I believe that I believe that Art would have had a stronger defense to hold the line, to buy time for the Immortal pop out, and maybe even to buy enough time for a 2nd Immortal as well. It would have just been a very different kind of game state. But losing those 6 Stalkers meant that he lost ground, had to pull back to his natural, and pull further back into the mineral line as well. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, Percival. He does advance on into the next round, and I believe we have our next opponent. Oh no. That's crazy. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Exclamation mark B as we are heading on over here. As we're heading on over here to the rest of the brackets, exclamation mark B in the chat, as we can catch up here from the very top. Un momento. It's the bracket is just so big, papi. It's so big. Un momento. So heading over to the green server. Ooh, I do need to set up my VPN. That's not good. Yeah, hopefully I'm able to connect in time. From the top, we have ByuN. ByuN, he takes, Zura. Zura takes down Prome 2-1 to advance on to the next round. ByuN takes down Azura 2-0, and ByuN is facing off against Nikrat in the quarterfinals. Nikrat also taking down Gerald, so we have a TVT and nothing but Terran, actually. Oh my god. I will say that Gerald versus Nikrat was definitely 50-50, was up in the air and could have gone either way for sure. Could have gone either way, so it was a hard one to call. Nickrat does claim that series, just barely. The big upset that I'm looking at, though, is Krystianer. Krystianer, he is favored to advance on to have a deep run, maybe even make it to the semis, and maybe even to defeat ByuN in the semis as well, to make it to the finals. Like, Krystianer is one of the big names, the big players in this bracket, but alas, he gets knocked down early. Hon Mono takes down Krystianer 2-0, and we have the quarterfinals ready for us. It's going to be non-stop TBT. It's going to be ByuN versus Nickrat and Hon Mono versus Percival. Non-stop Terrans up here. Aye. Animals. So just messing the players, making sure we don't get left behind. Yes, Hon Mono versus Percival is going to be our next series, leading to the winner of ByuN versus Nickrat in the upper semis. Meanwhile, scrolling down to the lower portion of the bracket, let's have a look at what has been going on. I'm hoping for a little bit more diversity. Hoping for some diversity here as, oh, we do have an ace match. Yakov took down Nice, but went all the way to game 3. Very nicely done. No pun intended. But Nice, he does force the ace match there. Does fall in the end, but a good showing nonetheless. So we have SHIN versus Young Yakov, a ZVZ. So we have one Zerg player confirmed for the semifinals. Meanwhile, SKillous takes down Rebellion 2-0, and Shameless versus GG Machine is still ongoing. Again, I was looking at that a potential high-profile second-round match. Shameless and GG Machine, they're both amazing players, of course, and they're both deserving to go far in this event. It's hard to say which one is favored. I would not be surprised if this goes to the ace match. I mean, I say it's hard to say. I would lean towards Shameless there. I do lean towards Shameless in that matchup, but best of luck to GG Machine. Best of luck. As a reminder, both semifinals will be casted. They'll both be covered, and we will be focusing on the upper quarterfinals. Oh boy. Un momento. I'm ready for the nonsense, Pat. Oh, nice. As we are just setting up. Beautiful. But here we go. This morning in the top right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. The blue. God damn it. We have the blue Terran. It is Percival. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, oh no, the man of many names. Aye. He's he's known as Hung Mono at times. He's known as Maid Mono as well, or even Hon. Yeah, there's a story behind that one. He's a man of many talents, of course. I think he's cooked Mono over on NA, but here he is Goon Mono. It is Hon Mono. Aye. Not like this, baby, not like this. Oh god. As we're getting into our TBT, you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. I like the name Goon Mono the best. Oh no. Not the Goon Mono. God damn it. Hold on. I need to fix that up. Okay. Where's the filter? Beautiful. As we're getting to our TBT, again, if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Coming into this, Percival is the favorite player for sure, but in a TBT, anything can and will happen. Hon Mono is typically a little more mid-game oriented in TBT, but we'll see. It's been a while since we've covered Hon Mono against another Terran player. Has been a while. When it comes to when it comes to Percival's TBT, it has been improving quite heavily over the past couple of months. If you're watching Percival versus Bunny, Percival versus ByuN, Percival versus Cure, Percival, he's been looking like a beast in TBT, and I would say it is his second best matchup. I would say that Percival, he's best against Protoss, then against Terran, and then lastly against Zerg. But Percival, he is an animal in this matchup, and he has been having a winning record against ByuN as of late. He has been beating ByuN on a more regular basis. And one of the reasons for that is just because of the frequency of TBTs. Like, especially amongst the Korean Terrans, there are so many of them, whether you're Cure, Gumiho, Ryung, Maru, ByuN, Bunny, Percival, Hon Mono. There's just a lot of Terrans in Korea at the moment compared to the other races, so there's a lot of TBT practice to be had. It's also one of but many reasons as to why Clem he avoids TBT, and he decided to avoid it completely, especially in the European region, in the European scene. There aren't many Terran players at that level of play to go up against, so instead just did commit into playing with Protoss and enjoying it. Again, it wasn't the primary reason, of course, as I mentioned previously, as TVT can be very kind of, I don't know if I want to say rock paper scissors, but it can be very intense, and one wrong move can cost you the game straight up. It's one of those matchups where if you're the first to siege, if you're first to the engage, if you get across the map with a drop, there are a lot of these key moments that if unscouted, I mean, I should say it's very common for your pants to be down in this matchup. It's very, very, very common. So one small misstep, and even if you don't make a mistake, like it can still cost you the game. It's crazy. In general, a lot of mirror matchups are like that. ZVZ is very similar. True. And PvP a little bit as well. As we are going to be opening up, Homeowner are going to be committing here into Reaper Hellion early on, and we'll see if he can break on through. Now, first, we set up on top of the ramp to get the first shot off, but if you recall, Homeowner, he's committing even harder to continued production. Going for the drop follow-up here, he's going for what looks to be almost a 2-base all-in. Does bypass the ramp, coming in from behind. Army's lining up. The Hellion shots. Yeah, the splash damage here. The Hellions go down. Massive damage here on Percival, I should say, from Honmono. Yeah, massive damage, does pull away. Behind this, going for the tank drop, and here comes Honmono. I keep wanting to say Goon. Like that's why I slipped up. Going into Reacted Viking to rally across the map. Here he comes. Here comes the tank. But again, hyper aggression out of Honmono. He's not stopping. Back at home, we do have our initial Raven. We have Disable on the way. It should be done in time. Homeowner going for a second starport, a 2-port, 2-base all-in. A bit of an older school build, but it does check out. So 2-port, 2-base all-in. This was very common, maybe like 2 years ago. Very, very common. The purpose of this build is to have a massive lead in Vikings, right? To have air control, to maintain air superiority, to dominate the skies, and then come in with Liberators, right? And then dominate the ground as a result. Oh, the skin! Personally, he sees the second starport. He knows. And often the reaction to this is to get a second starport of your own, to fight for the sky. So that's what you got. Oh, Reapers, they do step in. Going for the dive, and they do barely get the Cyclone. Cyclone does go down. Gets an SCV as well. Picks off the SCV. Percival, he's investing into a third command center. Remember, he's scouted. He knows what's coming his way. He's getting into his own Reacted Viking. So Reactor Viking production. Marines are amassing as well. I'm a little bit surprised we don't see a second starport. That is a bit of a concern. Homeowner, he knows he's been scouted. Here he comes. Remember, he's up in Vikings. He has that Viking lead. It's all or nothing for Honmono. It's going to be 6 Vikings versus 2. Jesus. It's a lot of Vikings. And remember, Homeowner is making 3 Vikings at a time. Behind this, we should be seeing a Liberator. Reapers are getting into the main base. SCVs are going down. Homeowner is moving in. Oh. Nice round. Reapers are dealt with. Homeowner, he does spot the army, pulls away for the time being. But remember, Homeowner, he's still not expanding. He's still making even more Vikings. And this is a unique variation. I was trying to emphasize earlier that often you make Vikings up until a certain point, and then you start Liberator production, but he's still making more Vikings. He's making 4 at a time. Usually you only get 1 reactor. So this is a bit of a quirky build. It's very, very quirky. And ideally, he does want to get within range of the third. Is Reaper opening still being used in TVT? Yes, yes. I mean, both players did open Reaper this game. But there are different variations. As you can go Reacted Reaper, you can go 2-ranked Reaper, you can open just Reaper. You can proxy Reaper. There are different variations. Raven does survive, gets the armor shred off. Very nice connection. The armor gets stripped. One Raven goes down. Percival is giving chase, and Homeowner has to get the hell out of here. The medevac! No! Medevac goes down the tank as well. Yeah, the tank does fall. Another armor missile goes off. Yeah, once again shreds the armor. GG gets called. Homeowner out positioned, and Percival takes game number 1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. The purpose of all those Vikings was to maintain air control and strip air control away from Percival, but he failed to do so. Homeowner, he was unable to really keep up, unable to engage, and unable to snipe those Ravens ahead of time. It was a really weird build just because Homeowner, he was going into quadruple Viking production, but he wasn't really pressing the advantage. He wasn't really being hyper aggressive. I mean, partially also because he got scouted, and we saw that Percival, he was taking his time expanding. He was staying a little bit further on 2 bases, building up his army, building up his own Vikings, and GG. GG, well played. Again, a solid scan there from Percival, and with that, we're getting into game number 2. As spawning in the... God, they switch places. Hold on. Un momento, papi, un momento. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner here of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Terran player, we have the blue Terran leading the series 1-0. It is a Percival. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the other South Korean Terran player, we have the teal Terran representing Team Hyper 1. It is Hon Mono. The Gooner himself. No. And he's going for the proxy 2 racks inside the natural of Percival. Okay, let's go. Hon Mono. Back at home, no gases, of course. It's going to be proxy Mass Marine. Proxy Mass Marine with potentially bunkers alongside this as well. Oh boy, I say that, we do have the gas on the way. Percival, he doesn't scout. Yeah, he does not scout. Not fully aware yet. Now moving out across the map. And their axes are soon to finish. They're soon to finish up. We do see that Percival's already playing safe. Double gas opener. Oof, double gas opener. What does that mean? That means faster factory. That means naturally he's already going for a delayed expansion. He's already going for a faster factory, and he will have a Hellion production available to him. Meanwhile, Homono is setting up his bunker. Marines are amassing. I believe that gas should be for a factory follow-up, I would imagine. As Percival is still unaware, but he's already preparing himself. And he sees no racks. Sees nothing back across the map. Safety bunkers on the way. SCV's going to be targeted down. Nice pickup. Does get the SCV. Boys are being pulled. Army's going to be zoned away. But now now the Reaper does take a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage. Now there's a third Marine. Yeah, getting up to 3. SCVs are going down, and Homeowner, he's trading well here. Yeah, he's trading well. The Reaper has to back off, and Homeowner, he breaks into the main. No shot, he denies the bunker. Yeah, the bunker is denied. The Reaper just cannot engage. There's the second Reaper in production. And there's no factory. Yeah, big, massive blow here. There's no factory. There's no Hellion. 11 SCVs go down. Critical damage. And Homeowner, can he break through? That's a 2. 2 Marines left. Factory finally finishes. It was so heavily delayed here. Now, what's scary is that on the one hand, Percival, that was a really shaky defense, and he lost 11 SCVs, lost a lot of workers. At the same time, Homeowner doesn't really have many workers himself either. So we're still in a really awkward position here, but I expect as soon as Marines they get into the middle line, they get surrounded. No! Overextension. Marines are thrown away. Now there's nothing here in the bunker. Yeah, Homeowner does overextend. You can see Percival does park himself in between the bunker and the production. Oh, despite that, they still get in. Still do bust into the bunker. Oh, Percival throwing away units. At the same time, he's across the map, killing SCVs. Sniping as much as he can. Getting 5. to 6, up to 7 SCV kills. Aye, critical damage. Hellions only halfway done, and these Reapers should never be surrounded. They should never be surrounded. This is slowly becoming gaming. This is quickly becoming gaming damage. 11 SCV kills. Hellion finally pops out. Going for one more SCV. And almost another. Getting 12. 12 SCV kills. Homeowner is down to 8 workers. No economy. There is no economy here. Not for Homeowner. He lost far too much. And Percival takes a massive lead here. Getting a natural CC on the high ground. There was potential for Homeowner. There was potential, but again, he overextended. Didn't have anything back into defense. Homeowner making the Marine inside the main. Let's go. Let's go. Reapers are coming from behind. There's a Cyclone though. There's a Cyclone to defend. Nice lock on. Shuts down the Reapers. And GG gets called. GG gets called. The all-in fails. And Percival, he will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. The hell just happened? GG, well played. Hyper aggressive series here by Homeowner. He doesn't disappoint. He's raised to goon always. And with that, he can go back to gooning as he's knocked out of the tournament. Percival, he will advance on into the next round. And where exactly are we? Let's catch up. When it comes to the build itself, again, Homeowner, he did kill, what was it, 12 SCVs? He did do a lot of economic damage, but again, he had nothing back at home to defend, so the counterattack was critical. So many workers went down, so any kind of advantage that Homeowner had, he lost it. Did lose that advantage. GG, well played. And let's catch up on that bracket. Okay. Let us scroll up. And Percival, he's the first player to make it into the grand finals. He is waiting. He's waiting in the finals, waiting for his next opponents, either going to be ByuN or Nickrat. Again, he will have a Terran opponent in those semifinals. Whether it's ByuN or Nickrat, yet to be confirmed. We are here to wait and find out. ByuN is favored, but we have seen Nickrat defeat ByuN in the past. He's done it before. He could do it again. Meanwhile, when it comes to the lower portion of the brackets, scrolling on down here, we do have SHIN. SHIN versus Young Yakov is still ongoing, and it looks like Shameless and GG Machine are still ongoing as well. It's kind of weird. It's possible they might have finished and just not reported scores. Actually, you know what? I'm going to head on over. I'm going to head on over here to Europa. I mean, I can see them going to the late game, all 3 games. I can see that happening. 10 minutes. Okay, no, yeah, they're still mid-series. They're 10 minutes into their game. They're still facing up. So there's a very high chance, because Shameless and GG Machine, because their series is taking so long, there's a high chance that the upper semis will be ready first. So we are going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we should have the upper semifinals. Again, it should be either Percival versus either ByuN or Nickrat, one or the other. So we'll see you soon. So for the time being, we're going to be cutting to a break, and we'll see you soon after the break with our next series, with our next matchup, with our next TVT. See you soon. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the semi-finals or semi-finals here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Sparkling Tuna Cup number 122. Yeah, it's been an intense tournament so far, and we've made it here to our top 4. Oh boy. We made it to the top 4 here. We're waiting for Nick, Rat, and ByuN to wrap up the series, and we have our top 4 players here, and we're jumping in. We're jumping in, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness. We have the South Green Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the other South Green Terran. We have the Blue Terran representing himself. Currently teamless, it is Percival. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as you get into our TVT. And jumping into this, it's going to be an interesting one. ByuN is favored, of course. He's got a lot of accolades. He's got a lot of hype around him, of course. He's a veteran player. Percival, his rise is more recent, but we have been seeing Percival defeat ByuN on a more and more regular basis as of late. I would still say that ByuN is favored, but I would not be surprised if Percival claims the game, or if even Percival claims a series. Oh boy, it's happened before in recent weeks, multiple times. We'll see if it happens again. Let's go. Of course, TVT can be hyper aggressive. It can be just hyper aggressive and very unforgiving. The last series was non-stop all-ins, and proxies are definitely a common part of TVT, not gonna lie, but in general, coming into the mid-game, aggression is favored, and it can be quite difficult keeping up with your opponent's movement, getting eyes on job play, getting eyes on rotations, and keeping up with the army of your opponent in TVT. But let's go. Let us go. For the time being, we do have an economic opener at a ByuN, economic opener at a Percival. Racks expand, racks expand. No one is going double gas. So far, mirrored builds. For the most part, we do see that ByuN does delay his second gas in favor of a factory. We see that Percival does go for a faster second gas geyser himself, so there is a slight variation here in terms of build. Due to this, Percival is actually making a second Reaper. Okay, so second Reaper from Percival. Meanwhile, ByuN is being greedier by skipping out on said Reaper and going into Marine and teching up instead. So faster tech out of ByuN, less map control as a result of that. Ooh, let's Percival shoot first. Oh. Percival does shoot first. ByuN has to pull out. ByuN does have said Marine. SCV's under fire. Percival, he barely does not get the SCV though. Doesn't take down the worker. And ByuN does hold. ByuN's holding on. Again, building up more bio. Percival is behind tech-wise here. Going for a very fast CC though. Yeah, Jesus. Insanely fast RTC out of Percival to catch up. Going to be zoned out of the bases and barely does get away. But again, a very fast expansion out of our Terran player. Meanwhile, ByuN back at home going for a standard 1-1-1. ByuN was cutting corners and his tech is faster, that is true. But upon confirming this, Percival, he reacts with a faster CC to try to get ahead economically and make up for his earlier losses. Again, he's trying to make up for it. Now, just because Percival's third base is faster doesn't mean he will land it. Trying to land your third base on location can be very, very difficult, especially if your opponent is aggressive. Speaking of aggression here, the mining is denied at the natural base. The mule does try to get away, does pull away. But a waste of a mule. One SCV goes down, losing one, losing two SCVs. Again, Percival, he was across the map. Nice round, but again, he's punished. He's punished for his move out. Losing two SCVs, checking ByuN's vision. Did he see the third CC? He did. Big scout for ByuN, he knows. And that will prompt ByuN to be aggressive. Going into Banshees. Banshees are on the way. ByuN catching up with his own third CC. And it's going to be all about ByuN getting more economic damage and even delaying the third base of his opponent. We'll see if he can. We'll see. Percival does try to break through. The Cyclone has arrived. The Cyclone should defend, should hold. Again, Cyclone arrives just in time. I believe Percival did not confirm the tech in the main. Yeah, he's not fully aware, so he's unaware of the Banshee. Banshee's coming, no cloak. Again, very light commitment into harassing Banshees. Percival landing his third base immediately. He's going for the third. Banshee gets spotted. Percival's in position. Cyclone as well, and detection if need be. And so far this Banshee has not been worth it. Eyewear scan confirming that it's going to be bio, of course, not mech. Extra Raxes, upgrades, Tim is on the way. Disable as well for the Raven. But coming into the mid game, I'm preferring Percival's position here. He's got extra mules, he's got extra SCV production. Making 3 SCVs at a time. Building up his bio, snipes the Banshee as well. Very strong start here for Percival. The Banshee does nothing. A bit of a supply block does slow Percival down, but now he's gained map control. Defends and claims his third base, moves out across the map, and now suddenly it's going to be difficult for ByuN to expand. Oh. Calm down. Gotta be careful. As Percival does dip in. Dipping in towards the main. Throws down the auto turret, zones away the army, even sniping the Cyclone. Yeah, Cyclone goes down, mining is denied, getting 2 SCVs. Same time, Percival going for the dive. Getting on top of the tank goes down, massive pickoff. Takes down the tank, Hellion survive, then go into the mineral line, and SCVs are falling as well. This is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand. Getting into 6 SCV kills. Getting one more volley up, getting it to 11. 11 SCVs go down, one more volley. Oh, 12. 12 SCV kills, and ByuN, he's down in workers, he's down in bases. His opponent, of course, freely mining on a 3-base economy. Percival just getting further ahead. Stim is finishing up as well, getting into faster upgrades, faster 1-1. And what can ByuN do? I mean, it's just looking rough. It's looking very, very rough. Now, ByuN could capitalize on mistakes. If Percival overextends with these drops and he throws his drops away, then maybe ByuN can recover. But there's a lot of pressure on ByuN, and ByuN doesn't really have much to work with. He does have energy on the Ravens. He can disable, of course. He's moving out. As he moves out, Percival's moving in. Here we go. Double jump into the main. Double jump into the main base. Tank does siege, forcing a cancel. Rough defense here for ByuN. ByuN, he will lose everything in the main. And we're going to make something happen. As ByuN will lose everything in the main base. ByuN is all in. He's pushing up the ramp. It's all or nothing. He can't disable tanks. ByuN does have interference matrix. And either he kills first or he dies trying. Here comes the disables. Gets one, gets two. At the same time, there's the anti-armor missile. The missile goes off. Nice tank shots. Big tank blows on the army. Vikings force to land. GG gets called. ByuN cannot break through, and Percival takes game number 1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Percival does take a lead in the series. Again, just a very rough start there for ByuN. ByuN initially went for the greedier build, but Percival, he countered that with his own greed, with his own faster third CC, building up into a greater economy, but not just that, able to achieve so much damage across the map as well with his Cyclone Hellion. He was able to distract in the main base with his Ravens, of course, dragged ByuN out of position, and then dealt critical damage. 12 SCV kills was insane damage at the natural, and likewise was just able to capitalize on the main base as well, still getting more value, still getting more damage. GG. ByuN was torn apart. He was torn apart, partially also because of the early game. It wasn't just that Percival had a stronger economy, but also, if you remember, ByuN, he went for a 1-1-1 into Banshee. The Banshee got 0 damage done as well. That was a big investment that otherwise could have been, say, a tech lab on the factory, or earlier Ravens, or earlier Cyclone play. It could have been something else, something more efficient. But GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player, the South Korean Terran. It, leading the series 1-0. It is Percival. Here we go. So yeah, getting into our TVT, getting into Tourmaline, a much smaller map. Aggression is favored here as well, and we'll see how our players will adapt. Remember, last game it was an economic opener, but ByuN, he was cutting extra corners and taking up a little bit faster. Once Percival saw that, he responded with a faster third CC. You could maybe argue that maybe because of the faster third base, ByuN thought that Percival was going to be more passive and more defensive, but that was not the case. Oh, as Percival does go for a double gas opener. Okay, double gas opener, that means a faster factory. This would have been almost a hard counter to ByuN going for a proxy. I mean, ByuN is behind in the series. It's only a best of 3. So Percival playing very safe. Very, very safe here. We can see that ByuN is not proxying, and now Percival will confirm the SCV scout. Here we go. Workers, they move out across the map. SCV scouts are not very common in TVT, but seeing that worker moving out should allow Percival to know that there is no proxy. Blocking the command center. ByuN has got 400 minerals. Up. Big delay. Yeah, big delay here. Jesus, as we had an excess of 130 minerals there for ByuN. It's a big delay from Percival. Nice start already. Nice little start. ByuN, he was able to confirm the... Oh, no, he didn't get into the main. Oh. Didn't quite get in. ByuN's not fully aware. For all ByuN knows, it could be the same build, except Percival could have a CC on the high ground. So for now, we're just calming down. Safety bunker here by ByuN. ByuN once again only making a single Reaper. 1 Reaper into Marine production. Into the follow-up. Meanwhile, Percival has a much faster starport because of the faster factory. So factory into starport, a tech lab is on the way. From here, we can go into an early cyclone, or we can go into an add-on swap. But it does look like early cyclone. Starport's out on the way for ByuN. Cyclone in production for Percival. So building up into the early game. Now we saw how lackluster the Banshee was for ByuN in game number 1, so I can't imagine we'll go for one here. Tech Lab now finishing up for ByuN. We do see Raven production for Percival. No Banshee. No Banshees. As we have a much more tame start. And now, because of the earlier starport and earlier Raven production, does mean Percival will have an excess of energy to work with. This can lead into auto-tart harass or even into a more aggressive move with said Ravens. Bear that in mind. This build also allows for earlier tank production, so we have the first tank on the way for Percival. ByuN has none. ByuN's advantage is the greater economy. As you can see, he's up in workers. Not as far ahead as he would have liked to have been, but he's still up in workers. As he now starts his own tank. Do you see Percival moving out to scout with his Raven? ByuN staying in the center. Both players, they throw down their third CCs. Raven moves in, and Percival can delay the third. Oh, not bad. SV goes down, delays the expansion. Shouldn't force a cancel, but delays nonetheless. Also confirms that his opponent is, of course, expanding. Nice catch out of ByuN, getting us over the Cyclone. Cyclone does not get away. No, well, I spoke too soon. What? The 8 HP Cyclone. He gets away, papi. Ay, ay, ay. 1 shot away from going down. I miscalculated the math. So it does get away with 8 HP. Nice save there by Percival. He gets out. Does get out behind this, building up into our eBays, upgrades, getting to the mid game. And we'll see who's the first to expand and who can maintain their 3 base economy. Percival's a beast. He's underestimated. I would not say he's underestimated by ByuN. As I mentioned in the beginning of the series, we have seen Percival defeat ByuN quite regularly in these tournaments. Like ByuN, he's lost to Percival like 2 or 3 times in the past month. Like it's... But I will say that that of course general audiences are not necessarily aware of how good Percival's TVT has gotten recently. But he has improved quite quite a bit, quite a lot over the past year. But here we go. ByuN is pushing. Does get spotted. Yeah, it does get spotted. It's going to be about the Ravens. How about the disables? Percival heals up one of the Ravens. Again, it's 3 versus 2. ByuN trying to zone away with his Vikings. Oof. Tank bullet goes off. Nice disable. The first tank is going to go down. Up. It does fall. Nice pick off there by ByuN. But now the Ravens, they don't have energy for another disable. He has to commit in. Yeah, he does commit in. Stims on forward, getting himself with the tanks, and Percival, he would completely shut this down. Yeah, cleans up all 3 tanks. ByuN, he overextends. Ay. As you mentioned, ByuN, he was maybe a little bit too careless or a little bit too trigger happy with those auto turrets. Without them, he could not protect his tanks. And ByuN is on the run. He's on the run. He's racing back home. Percival rallying across the map. He knows he has momentum. And look at how much energy he has left on the Ravens. That's crazy. He has so many auto turrets. Yeah, the turrets are thrown down, dominates the ground, and with that, Percival, he's going for the kill. He's going for the throats. Once again, though, maybe a little bit too chaotic with those auto turrets. Barely doesn't break through. There's 1 tank left. Still has a little bit of energy left over. He has 1 disable. Doesn't want to throw those Ravens away. As the tanks are slowly pushing forward. ByuN has got 1 Raven himself. Third base is denied, and Percival fully saturated. Full 3-way saturation. That's what matters here. Even if Percival doesn't kill ByuN, even if he doesn't break the natural, what's important is the economy. ByuN milling as much as he can, does throw it at the turrets. Percival is going for it. He's going for the dive. He doesn't need to. Yeah, Percival, he does not need to dive here. Does get one of the tanks. Pulls away. He still trades well. Percival, he trades well overall. The boys are being pulled. GG gets called, and Percival, he will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Percival. He will claim the series. He will claim the series. He will advance on. A strong showing here by Percival. Again, hyper aggression. And as we try to emphasize, not the first time that he's beaten ByuN in recent weeks. He has been looking more dominant over ByuN, specifically in TVT. GG, well played. Percival does claim the series, does advance on into the grand finals. And does he have an opponent waiting for him? Let's find out. Let us find out, baby. Let's go. As we switch our scenes over. And again, ByuN, he was the #1 seed. He was the #1 seed for a reason, of course. I don't want to undersell the fact that it's like, oh, Percival, he was favored against ByuN. No, not at all. Even though Percival has been beating ByuN more regularly as of late, ByuN is still the more like infamous player. He's got a lot more accolades, a lot more history behind him, as we did mention previously. ByuN was still favored, of course, and with that, ByuN is knocked out of the tournament here in the semifinals. Percival, he does advance on, and let's have a look at the lower portion of the bracket. Let's go. Scrolling on down here, we have SHIN. SHIN takes down Young Yakov 2-1, and SHIN is waiting for the winner of SKillous and GG Machine. Oh, Shameless got knocked out. Big win there for the Machine. Shameless, in my mind, was favored. He was favored against GG Machine, but no, Shameless, he is knocked out in the quarterfinals, and GG Machine is up against SKillous. Up against SKillous in those quarterfinals, I should say. Shameless got knocked out in the round 16. We currently have SKillous and GG Machine currently mid-series. They're mid-series over in Europa. We'll be following them into SHIN, into Percival. Oh boy. So we have 3 series. There we go. We have 3 series. We have 3 series left here. We have SKillous versus GG Machine, into SHIN, into Percival. And again, they're currently, loading into game. I just caught them. Pappy. Okay, they're getting ready for game number 2 here. Oh my god. As we are loading into the quarterfinals. We're good. We can count. We can count. So just setting up the players here as we're getting into our PvZ. We're getting into game number 2 here, and GG Machine, he's up 1-0. He's up 1-0 here over Nikita. Oh my god, Este Machine. He's crazy. Taking down Shameless and taking the first game off of SKillous as well. Crazy performances here from our younger up-and-coming players. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the Orange Zerg player. We have the Orange Zerg representing his new team, representing S-Bulls. It is GG Machine. Leading the series 1-0 and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. Let's go. Let us go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our best of 3. Remember, GG Machine, he's up in the matchup. He's up in the series so far, and this is a prediction for the entirety of the series, not just the game. Just as a heads up. Sorry, I was just trying to get the pronunciation. Stanley Bulls. That's it. Stanley Bulls is his new team. We did speak on this during the podcast. If you missed out, we do actually have a weekly talk show, a weekly podcast where we do discuss all things StarCraft, and we spoke about the beginning of a new team. You can see it here, Stanable. So you can see their logo is set at Tiger, but they are a new Russian team. I believe their team consists of Nicorakt, Shameless, GG Machine, and I believe young Yakov. Yeah. I think it's 4 players. Yakov, Machine, Shameless, and Nicorakt. So they're the 4 players on the team. They've got their own boosty, which is like Patreon, basically, that funds the team, that helps fund the team. And they formed a couple of days ago. I think they formed, was it the 2nd of March? Like a week ago? Like around a week ago. So very new team. Supporting the younger some of the younger up-and-coming talents in Europe. In Europa. And I mean, hey, GG Machine is doing well. Like he's doing well for himself. Again, a younger up-and-coming player, has been getting better and better results as of late. Similar to Percival, of course. Similar. And we'll see if Skills can bring it back. Skills, of course, is the veteran. He is the favorite player to make it further in this tournament, to make it to the semis. But we also know that Skills has been taking a break, especially at the start of the year. Skills, he did take a bit of time off, as he's going for his Stargate opener. Let's go. Let us go. So far, going to be opening up Stargate. With this, we can go into the Oracle, we can go into Void Ray to hunt down Vision and deny detection. In general, Skills, he's typically a little more of a mid-game oriented player. GG Machine making an excess of Lings early on, though. Interesting. You have my attention. Ideally, he wants to catch the Adept and counterattack and delay the 3rd. We'll see if he can. Link speed is still on the way. Skills still threatening a dive. Bearing in mind his Adepts, they can one-shot drones. 2 Adepts, they do one-shots, and he does not get it, but he does actually make it for GG Machine flinch. Does make him flinch. Denies the mining. Nice little win. Skills, he's racing back home to defend, racing back home to claim his 3rd. He's claiming his 3rd base. Zerg player here hoping to catch out the Adepts. Does lock them down, but the Oracle's in the defend, and the Lings are deflected. So nice defense out of Skillous. Claiming his 3rd. And we do have an early Eva chamber out of GG Machine. Okay, we have a standard follow-up. So with this early Eva chamber, this should lead into +1 melee. Into a Ling Hydra composition. We'll see if GG Machine skips his Roach Warren or not, and we'll see if he skips his Baneling Nest or not. There are safer ways to approach this, or greedier ways. Likewise, eyes are on Skills when it comes to his follow-up. We're looking for the Twilight Council and the Forge. Looking for it. As there's a melee upgrade. Again, as to be expected, melee is the go-to here for an early Evo chamber. Lings are amassing. Depths, they move out across the map. As they move out, Lings, they move in. There's an Oracle, okay. The Oracle does arrive in time. Deflects the Zerglings. Fourth base is cancelled as well. Massive pickup here from SKillous. Ay, ay, ay. Denies the expansion. Denies the creep. Catching at 2 active tumors. Oh, only getting 1. Never mind. Does just get the 1. And hold on. Did I see something? Double Forge? That is not normal. Okay, double Forge out of SKillous. You have my attention. Twilight Council was delayed because of this. And are we going into charge? Are we going into charge or Archon Immortal? In my mind, you don't typically go into +1 armor if your plan is to go into Blink Stalkers. Oh no, it is Blink. Never mind. Blink is on the way. Heavy upgrades here for SKillous. Interesting. This will lead into a really strong 1-1 timing. It leads into a stronger 2-2 timing. True. So we'll keep an eye on that 2-2. Triple Oracle into the bases. So far, threatening GG Machine. GG Machine also taking up quite quickly here into the Hydrogen and the Infestation bit. He's droning, saturating, building up in towards a later game. In the end, he did end up skipping his Roach Horn and his Baneliness. He does not get punished. Doesn't get punished for it. But that's a lot of gates, actually. Jeez, that's a massive gateway explosion, getting up to 8. 8 gateways are finishing. Overseer does scout the gateway explosion. Scouts both forges as well. Green goes down in the main. Oof. But we'll lose one of the Oracles. And based on the gateway count, it feels like Skill should be pushing soon. Right? The Prism is finishing up. It looks like he is hitting that 1-1 timing with Mass Stalker. It's going to be a 3-base all-in, but a unique one. At the same time, Lings, they hit the 3rd. They try to. Hive is on the way. Lurker Den's on the way. I believe that we're being too greedy here. I believe this tech won't really influence the defense. Because here comes the Protoss. Here comes the Mass Blink Stalker. With the War Prism as well. Remember, the War Prism has arrived. There are 8 gateways behind this. SKillous is supply block though. Ooh, big supply block for SKillous. That slows down the Warpins. 1-1 is now done. And again, GG Machine, has he been too greedy, Pappy? Is it too much greed? Where's the Warpin? There we go, warping 8 Stalkers at a time. Stalkers have arrived. Queens are exposed. And again, the Lurker Den is just too much. The Hive is just too much. The 4th base will go down. GG Machine, he cannot defend. Here comes 2-2. And SKillous is pushing further in. Yeah, it's pushing further in. Supply blocking his opponents. GG Machine can't make any more units. And again, he's being forced further and further back. The Hydra count is getting up there. But what about the Lings? Yeah, Lings are being dealt with. Stasis Traps are behind this as well. Can he bait him in? Can he bait him? Oh my god. So many Hydras go down. A couple of Lurkers are on the way to try to slow this down. GG Machine trying to hold on. Thankfully, does have a backup 4th base, but not for long. Not for long. It's also going to fall. GG Machine, he cannot survive this. He cannot defend. Another base goes down. The Hydras as well. They get picked up. Stasis goes off as well. There's 4 Lurkers here back at home. He's got the Lunkers, Pappy. No! Never mind. He's down to 2 Lurkers. He can't hold on to his 4th. It's not going to happen. Yeah, it's not going to happen. There's a cancellation. Revelation as well. The Lurkers are exposed. Losing 1, losing 2. Yeah, both Lurkers almost get picked up. We need that target firing. There we go. Losing 1, 2, 3. Losing all 4 Lurkers. 0 Lurkers remaining. Behind this, Skill's getting a 4th expansion. Charge is almost done. 2-2 is almost done as well. Now we can start to warp in Zealots. And again, it was a delayed 3-base all-in from SKillous, going into 8 gateways, but hitting that 1-1 timing instead. As we mentioned before, GG Machine was just too greedy. He was just far too greedy, taking up into Hive, taking up into Lurkers. Yes, Lurkers are keeping him alive here, but they would never have been ready to defend the 4th, and they weren't, of course. And without that 4th base, I mean, what are we really holding on to here? What are we defending? Ling around by is dealt with. I mean, GG Machine is slowly building up that lurker count, so he's slowly recovering. From here, Skills can make a choice. He can make a decision. Does he go into Sky Toss or a ground-based composition? We have the answer, double robo. Double robo, sorry, I should say triple? Yeah, triple robo production, mass immortal. I mean, hey, that's a way to force your way through a lurker line. Just mass immortal path. Sure. Are we crazy? Are we... Okay, okay. In my brain, we already had the hive. Hive is on the way. Lurkers are exposed. So are they holding on? And Skills at this point is just waiting for his immortals, waiting for the bulk of his army here to build up. We got a couple of Archons as well. Skills just perfecting his army. GG Machine, he has to be proactive in some way. Staying at home is not going to cut it. He's moving out. As he moves out, Skills, he goes for the counterattack. And there are some lurkers back at home. They're exposed, so all three lurkers will go down. The immortals are exposed. Nice catch here from GG Machine. Getting 1, 2, getting almost 3 immortals, just barely. Lurkers that collapse in. Remember, there's no splash damage, there's no storm. So a messy defense here from Skills. At the same time, though, he attacks across the map and his army cannot be stopped. So Skills, sorry, GG Machine, he kills the 4th base. At the same time, Skills kills the 4th and the 3rd, and pushing into the natural as well. He's going for the throats, going for the kill. Meanwhile, the Zerg army here, it's running out of steam. He's running out of units. Bleeding out more Hydras, bleeding out an Immortal, bleeding out a Lurker. The Immortals are holding their own. Picking up another Lurker as well. Oh my god. Down to 3. Down to 2, down to 1. But Zell's they collapse in. Yeah, charge, they collapse in. They get on top of the lurkers, and with that, as GG gets called, SKillous, he ties up the series. We're going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We're going all the way to the ace match here. Again, just a really rough start for GG Machine, misreading the game state and misreading his opponent, winding it back here. Remember, Skillous went for a 3-base all-in. Went for a big 3-base all-in, a strong 8-skate here from Skillous with double forge, with greater upgrades. GG Machine was teching. He was droning, he was teching. We had a lurker on the way, infestation on the way, a hive on the way. GG Machine, he was just being far, far too greedy. That's why the defense of the 4th base was so one-sided. That's why it was so dire, because he was thinking too far ahead. He assumed that Skills was macroing. And again, it was a unique build just because often when it comes to a 3-base 8-gate all-in, you often don't take your gases at the 3rd, but gases were taken. It was a little bit more gas intensive. It was, again, a bit of a later timing here by Skillous, and he kind of lured GG Machine into droning and into macroing up instead. But here we go. We're going to be getting into game number 3. We're going to be getting into the ace match. It all ends here. It all ends on what map exactly? Let's find out. Let's find out. Let's go. Bearing in mind that SHIN is waiting for the winner of the series. He's waiting for the winner. We will get there. Okay, game 3 is going to be on Title Citadel. Okay, you can hear the beeps. We are going to be jumping in. And unfortunately, of course, we missed out on game 1, so I don't know how GG Machine was able to bring down SKillous, but we might get a glimpse of it here. Let's go. Let's find out. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Title Citadel, we have the orange Zerg player. We have the orange Zerg player himself representing his new team, Stanley Bulls. It is GG Machine. Stanley Bulls? Stanley? Yeah, Stanley. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. Let's go. Let us go. We are here. We are live. And Orlan's here. Orlan's on Tidal Citadel. Tidal Citadel is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Larger map, but the bases are also very spread out as well. We have seen some difficult and some awkward defenses here on this map just because of how spread out the bases are. We'll see. We'll see how our players do approach themselves, how they approach each other, how we open up. Now, I would imagine that GG Machine is going to calm down and not be as greedy tech-wise. I would imagine he'll be more mid-game oriented this time. But we'll see. There's a very high chance that SKillous doesn't go for the same build, so maybe GG Machine feels that he can get away with a greedier style as well. The mind games. Really, that's when we just see another all-in. We just go for another 3-base all-in, and GG Machine gets caught at taking up into lurkers. It could happen. Could happen. No. So now we do have our openers, everything's looking as it should be. And gate expanded to Cybercore, likewise we do have our hatch gas pool. Now we're just opening up. Right, opening up and calming down. We're joining, we're expanding. Once again, when it comes to GG Machine, we're waiting to see what kind of tech we go for at around 4:30 to see if he goes into an early Eva chamber, into a lair, or into a Bailey nest or a Roach Warren. So highest on GG Machine does expand here towards the linear third base. Bearing in mind the gold base is also available here, that might come into play in a longer and later game if we end up in that kind of position, in that kind of game state. Don't know if we will. So the gold also a factor. Stargate opened out to SKillous. Last game he did open up Triple Oracle. And based on the rally, it looks like another Oracle's on the way. Oh, does open Stalker first this time. Okay, interesting. Now a Stalker first build does allow SKillous to do this, to hunt down the Overlord, to deny vision, to deny scouting. The Overlord does get far enough in to confirm the Stargate at least, so GG Machine, he has an idea as to what's going on. But there's a give and take. The Overlord has gone down, so scouting is going to be more difficult. On top of that, SKillous only has one adept, so he cannot aggress across the map. If you remember last game, he was shading and threading mineral lines. In this game, there is no shades, no adepts, no aggression. As there's only one adept. Only one. Now, because the Overlord just got sniped, it means that SKillous could throw down a second Stargate, a Fleet Beacon, a faster Twilight Council, could hide some tech, or just play standard. SKillous does have options. Options are available. The Oracle does get across the map, lands and does get one drone kill, and catching out one transferring. Gets 1, 2, 3 drones going down. Ay. Does sustain a bit of hull damage. The Oracle does barely get away. And we have the answer to our answer of tech. It is going to be the early Evo chamber. Once again, +1 melee. It's going to be Ling Hydra out of GG Machine. Meanwhile, in the follow-up for our Protoss player, we have Twilight Council to forge into a faster Robo. I'll say faster Robo. I think it was a little bit delayed. The tech, I mean. Oracle gets in, gets another 3 drones. Oh, another 4 drones go down. This is getting out of hand. This is getting a bit out of hand here. Hopefully that spore doesn't finish. So that's been 5 drone kills. An extra spore is now done. That was not intentional. That was not necessary. Also, my apologies. I assumed it was going to be +1 melee, but no, it's going to be +1 range into a Roach Warren. Este Machine going for a more Roach heavy style instead. Okay. Going into more Roaches. And if I missed the Roach one, I do apologize, but is getting into roaches. Meanwhile, at the same time, SKillous back at home going into blink, +1, throwing down an excess of gateways. He's got 6 gateways so far. It looks like he intends to throw in more. He intends for more gateways. This probe is looking suspicious. Gases are being taken. So once again, we have SKillous getting up to 8 gases. Last game, he went into a 1-1 timing attack. This time, he's only on 6, right? Yeah, 6 gateways. So SKillous, he can apply pressure, but he's not anywhere near as committed this time. Oh, overload speed? Uh-oh. GG Machine, he wants to be the aggressor himself. Who does this favor? So what's happening here at German Taxi? GG Machine is going for a 3-base all-in. He's getting a 4th base just for larva, 67 workers. Massing up roaches, queens, dropper lords, and will soon be moving out across the map. So hyper aggression out of GG Machine. SKillous, he's taking up into his 2nd robo and into a bay, into Colossus production. But SKillous, he's going to be aggressive first. He's moving out. He's got his prism. And in doing so, he'll run into the army. They'll be clashing into each other. SKillous, he does see the main army amassing. Does spot the main army. Will distract. Colossus are on the way. And SKillous is keeping GG Machine busy. Remember, there's no droning, no saturation. Still only 67. Roaches, they try to collapse in. And remember, GG Machine, this is just a big distraction. He doesn't have to kill. He doesn't intend to. Just keeping the army busy. Here come the drop lords. Here come the queens. Remember, GG Machine is all in. And the longer this game goes on, the better it is for SKillous. As he's peeking away at the roaches. Oh, yeah, it does pick away. Free damage with the oracles as well. Going for the ravagers. Some brutal losses there for GG Machine. Likewise pushing up into a choke point. SKillous, he can make a stand. I believe the first Colossus has arrived. And GG Machine, he's bled out so much. He's bled out too much here. Yeah, the queens, they do drop off. They focus on the oracles, getting one. One oracle goes down, but the Colossus has arrived. And with the power of the Colossus, yeah, the all-in is shut down completely. No, the drop lord falls. All 4 queens go down. And GG Machine, he's in so much trouble here. The all-in has failed. He's racing back. SKillous up to 2 Colossus. Ay, ay, ay. Oh my god, all these free overlords. Yeah, 3, 4, getting up to 5 overlords. Oof. Again, they were supposed to be setting up a creep highway for the all-in. And now GG Machine is supply blocked, making 6 more overlords. Ay, ay, ay. Now, is there a way? Is there a way here for GG Machine? He could potentially collapse on the army and try to get a surround going if SKillous pushes. At the moment, there's no reason to. At the moment, SKillous, he can just back off, get a 4th base, and macro out of this and get further ahead. Just because GG Machine, he's not made a drone. He hasn't droned up in minutes. He's not made a drone. GG Machine is still focusing and fixated on an army, on just making army. Zerg player is still all in. We have disruptors on the way, which will be ideal here against the Mass Roach army. Miles, they... Ooh. Do graze the forces. They graze the stalkers. Now to 3 Colossus, though. Oh, no! Stasis catching out the army. SKillous moving further in. He does have to respect that flank, though. SKillous, he does not want to get surrounded. Yeah, he's pulling back. He respects the flank. Pulls away. Back at home, disruptors have arrived. Collapsing on the first flank. Ay, ay, ay. GG Machine is out of position. He's out of position. The flank is too late. He's coming in after the first army dies. And we're not going to see the Novas. Yeah, we're not going to see the disruptors coming to play. GG Machine losing everything. He lost half his army, Pappy. He lost half. And I was just being bullied back home. I mean, it's what happens after an all-in fails, right? Like, it's just been very shaky, very rocky here. The biggest hope, the biggest chance for GG Machine was skills overextending and getting surrounded, but he noticed the flank. Disruptors have arrived. Now he can just zone away the army, or again, it's so difficult here for disruptors, sorry, for roaches to avoid novas. They're not the most agile of units. First nova goes off, does zone away. Got one nova left. One more nova. As Machine does come in from behind, he does get one disruptor. One disruptor goes down. Collapsing on top of the Colossus. Second disruptor falls as well. Nice round here from GG Machine. The Biles land. Oh my god, the Biles, they rain down on the army. Again, the best fight that he could have hoped for, but it's still not going to be enough. Biles, oh my, they just keep landing. We just take the Biles to the face. Takes him to the face. He just tanks it. And he's fine. SKillous, he just tanks all the Biles. GG gets called, and SKillous, who will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played, congratulations. SKillous, he does claim the series, does advance on, winding it back here again. GG Machine, he was miles behind. Why is that? Failed all in. Remember, he cut workers at 67. He went for a 3-base all in. The 4th base was just there for larva, and just there to transfer workers when minerals were mining out. So big 3-base all in there by GG Machine. It did fail. SKillous himself was being hyper aggressive, getting up to 6 gateways and being proactive with his army. So he was able to slow down the all in, shut it down, and from that moment, that was game then and there. The best chance that GG Machine had would have been SKillous making mistakes and overextending. And he almost did, but he spotted the flank. He respected it, made sure he did not get surrounded, pulled away. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we do have our next set of semifinals ready here. SHIN. SHIN was waiting in the semifinals, and now we have our next matchup. It's going to be a best of 3 between SHIN and SKillous. Let's go. Have our next matchup. Semifinals. But regardless, shout out to GG Machine. Again, he's more of a younger up-and-coming player, and for him to force skills to the ace match is a very impressive feat nonetheless. Is impressive. But here we go. We are getting ready here for our next matchup. Let's go. Looks like our players, they need some time. They do need a moment here to get their videos going. So we're going to be going on a very short break. And when we come back, when we return, we'll have our next series. We'll have SHIN versus SKillous coming at you next. See you soon. See you soon after the break. I guess before I get ahead of myself, if you're in the chat, if you want to support this tournament, you can do so. You can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon does fund this very tournament. The Sparkling Tuna Cups are all funded via Patreon. They're funded by the people, for the people. If you want to help us grow the prize pool for these tournaments, you can help us out via Patreon, if you wish. Otherwise, we'll see you soon after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the semi-finals, or semi-finals here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the STC number 122. This is a weekly open tournament, and we've been running this event for many years at this point. It's been running longer than any other current weekly open cup out there, longer than Monday Night Weeklies, longer than Water TV Mondays, and longer than KSLs or even Pegasus Cups as well. The longest standing open cup in StarCraft. Let's go, baby, let's go. We're here, we are back and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Celestial Enclave. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing himself. Currently teamless, it is SHIN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. Let's go. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our PVZ, and as SKillous is proxying inside the main base of SHIN. We're going for the proxy again. Specifically on Celestial Enclave, we do have a worker path, a worker mineral path that workers can move through. As a result, we do see the proxy 3-gate. Oh my, inside that actually sees the Overlord. The Overlord sees everything. Shit, he scouts the proxy. We're going Mass Zealot. No gases back at home. Not the flower that we're used to, unfortunately. There's just not enough room for a flower here, but we have 3 gateways nonetheless. 3 gateways, Mass Zealot. The boys are being pulled? Question mark? What are we gonna do here? Yeah, does SHIN overreacting? That was 6 drones not doing anything, by the way. They did nothing. Yeah, so SHIN, he pulled the boys by accident because you do not pull the boys against this. And SHIN, he does waste resources, does lose mining time. This early on, when you only have 19 drones, every worker mining does count, by the way. So, yeah, a bit of a slip up there by SHIN. We gotta lock in. Is going hatch gas pool, standard opener, Zealots are on the way. And SHIN panicking a little bit early on. Does panic. And so we go, we have a safety spine crawler on the way. Again, because SHIN saw this ahead of time, like, he has the wherewithal to get a spine crawler. And if he's finished, SHIN should hold. First spine is going to be focused down. There's a cancellation. Does cancel the first spine. Gets behind the middle line, going for the other spine crawler. Drones are coming for this round. Ooh, gets a probe. Does get the worker, does get the probe. Zealots, they pin back, they pin behind, and SHIN is holding. So far, so good. SHIN is holding on. A third Zealot does waddle in. Spine Call is halfway done. Jesus, these Zealots, they trade well. They trade well for themselves. We have 2 more Zealots on the way. But again, the boys, they get the surround. Queen pops out as well, and SHIN should hold on here. Does lose 4 drones. But the Spine Crawler finishes. The Spine Crawler is up. The Spine Crawler is out. SHIN, he should be okay here. Even focusing down that Zealots. Behind this, we have a Cyber Core on the way and gases. SKillous is trying to transition out of this. But so far, the all-in is failing. He did kill a lot of drones, true. Did kill 4 workers. That is nice, but SHIN can recover. He can make up for that. Now, with the Cyber Core finishing, this does mean that SKillous, he can soon reinforce with Stalkers. Okay, hold on. With the economy being as low as it is, and if we do pump out 3 extra Stalkers behind this, and here we go, the Stalkers are on the way. SKillous, can he still pull this off? Can he do this? I mean, breaking that spine call is going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult. Lings, they go for a counterattack. Okay. I mean, the wall is open. The wall is wide open. He's going for the counterattack. SKillous, he does not have a recall. Ooh, no recall available. He's been chrono boosting, of course. He has been chrono boosting. The Lings, they get across the map. At the same time, SKillous, he's got to commit. Lings getting in. They're getting into the main. SKillous has nothing at home to defend. Everything should be cleaned up. Everything should go down. And SKillous, he has to just send it. He's got to send it in. Irons are falling. That will supply block SKillous. SHIN getting on top of the spine crawler. How good is that middle walking? Can we fight the Lings? Can we attempt to surround? All these probes will fall. The probes are trading though, true. And Lings, they clean up. Yeah, Lings clean up in the end. SHIN, he will hold, he will defend. He shuts this down. Gets across the map, kills 19 plus probes, and SHIN, he defends and he attacks. GG gets called, and SHIN takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Well, what the hell just happened? What let's go, Bobby, let's go. A cheeky build here by SKillous, but the most important thing, of course, is that SHIN scouted. Remember, he was able to see, he was able to find those racks, with those proxy gateways with his first overlord. He was able to react, respond with his spine crawler. The first spine crawler was cancelled, but the second spine crawler did finish, and once the spine crawler finished, he held. Right, there was no breaking that natural, there was no breaking that position. Once the spine crawlers got up and running, likewise, he had the wherewithal to go for the counterattack, cripple the economy, and end the game. GG. GG, well played. Builds like that are heavily reliant on catching your opponent by surprise and catching them with their pants down. Right? You're heavily reliant here on lack of scouting and lack of information, and unfortunately, SHIN did scout and was aware. And with that, we're now getting into game number 2. And we'll see if SKillous can recover and bounce back. We'll see if SHIN can close it out, as we are loading into 10,000 feet, one of the smaller maps, if not the shortest rushes map in the entire map pool. Let's go. Let us go. We are getting into this. And I'm hoping for a back and forth. I want to see a series. I want to see a game 3, but the pressure is on. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Green Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, leading the series 1-0. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. Hello. We have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. As SKillous, he does move out to block the expansion, to disrupt the opener. And we'll see if SKillous has something else cheeky up his sleeve here for game 2. Again, the rush distance by ground is very short on 10,000 feet, so aggression is favored on this map. Kind of. Like reinforcements, they get across the map even faster, of course. So aggression can be favored. We'll see how we open up. SHIN does expand towards his opponents. Okay, so the expansion choice here from SHIN, shout out to the Tuna, by the way. The Tuna. Beautiful. The expansion location here, it does mean that SHIN, if he goes for a 2-base all-in, if he goes for a German taxi, creep can spread across the map even faster than normal. So this is an aggressive expansion, an aggressive location for SHIN to take. It could be indicative of an all-in later, or it might just be just a spread creep and just to strike fear into the heart of SKillous. Let's go. A safer base would have been the linear third. But now we're going to be opening up. And we'll keep an eye on the tech, we'll keep an eye on the pylons, we'll keep an eye on the follow-up. Pantabit was a great hold. Yeah. Again, he defended well. He was able to surround the zealots behind the mineral line. He was able to allow for the spine core to finish. He was able to hold on. As you mentioned, those kind of cheeky builds are, again, they're quite reliant on your opponents failing to scout and failing to react. As we have a Stargate open at SKillous. Does open Stargates, opening up standard. Of course, does confirm the location of the hatchery. And where are we going from here? From here, we're waiting to see the tech of choice from SHIN, either getting up towards roaches or going to +1 melee. We're looking for the follow-up tech. That'll be within the next minute or so. Likewise, this time we do see his skills reinforcing with extra adepts. No Stalker opener this time. He's not really concerned with denying vision, more concerned with harassing. And oh, I spoke too soon. He is denying vision, going for a Void Ray opener. Okay. Cheeky moves out of SKillous. Now the point and the goal of the Void Ray is to do what? To hunt down this Overlord. To hunt down the Overlord and to deny vision. Ideally hunt down this second Overlord as well. Deny vision, deny scouting, and to keep SHIN in the dark. Now behind this, he could go into a Fleet Beacon, go into a Tempest Rush, go into a second Stargate, a Twilight Council, Charge, Glaive Adepts. There are a lot of possibilities here for SKillous. There's a lot of potential. Or he could even play Standard. But the thing is, even if he does play Standard, SHIN will have a hard time confirming. And that's what's important. As the first Overlord is hunted down. Sublime blocking Shin. The Lings will at least delay the expansion by sniping the probe. Not bad. Second probe is sent out. That's the Void Ray. He does move out. Again, looking for extra Overlords. Has to respect the Queens. Did the second probe... no shot. Second probe got sniped by the Zerglings, by the way. Crazy. Second probe went down. Another delay. SHIN. Meanwhile, SKillous does find a second Overlord. In the end, does kill 2. Oracle dips into the bases, gets a couple of drones, but it's not worth it. The Oracle goes down. Ay. Yeah, a bit of a blunder there from SKillous, losing the first Oracle. Behind this, we have the Roach Warren on the way. Hidden Roach Warren in the main. Shin. He's going Roach Warren first. It looks like a Roach all-in. If you remember, what did we say at the beginning of this game? When Shin took this forward base, what does this mean? It means that creep spreads across the map faster. And what are we seeing? Faster creep. Creep is rushing across the map. Queens are pushing forward. We're setting up for an all-in. My assumption was it was going to be a German taxi, but we could just walk across the map. That's how small this map is. Just walk across. Do you have a commitment into Adepts? First Queen is going to be targeted down. No transfuse. Yeah, not enough NG. So one Queen does fall. We do have a transfuse available. Oh, does land the transfuse. Queens are holding. Adepts, they do bust into the mineral line though. Drones are going down. Getting up to 6 drone kills, nice damage. Remember, Shin, he's all in. Workers don't really matter as much in a sense, but he does need these workers to sustain the all in. He's crazy. Fleet Beacon and a Stargate? SKillous, and a Forge? And another Stargate? Pappy, none of this is going to come into play. There's an all in coming. Oh no, I mean, SKillous, he doesn't know. SKillous, he doesn't know, but none of this is gonna help. It's impressive, it's cool. Triple Stargate, Fleet Beacon into Tempest Rush, but the army is here, Pat. There's nothing to defend. There's one gateway? Sorry, 2. There's 2 gateways. We got 2 Warpins. SKillous, he's just thinking too far ahead, Pappy. Ay. Yeah, the all-in has arrived. While they connect on the shield battery. They send back the army, and again we got 4 Adepts. Sorry, we got 3. We got 3 Adepts to defend and 1 Void Ray. Barely an army. Bios on the outside of this pylon. Lings, they slip in. Yo, we got Tempest on the way. Copium. And again, they're not gonna help here. They're not gonna help. The third base is forfeit. The third base has been broken. Whilst they zone back the army, they zone back the Void Ray. Depowers all the batteries. And Lings are flooding in. They're flooding in. GG gets called, and Shin, he will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Shin, he will claim the series. He will advance on into the grand finals. And my condolences to SKillous. He had some very quirky and interesting builds here. Game 1, he went for the 3 gates, going for the proxy, going for the 1 base all in, but he got scouted, unfortunately. He got shut down. Game 2, we saw SKillous open up Void Ray and go into a Tempest Rush, attempted Tempest Rush. Unfortunately, there was an all-in coming his way, and SKillous, he wasn't able to confirm the all-in in time. Unfortunately, he just wasn't able to confirm. He wasn't able to spot the hidden Roach Horn. Remember, the Roach Horn was hidden behind the main base, so it never got scouted, and likewise, it didn't quite piece together the lack of workers at the natural, which you also didn't see. The natural base location, because he was applying pressure at the third base instead, which was technically the natural, if you think about it. But unfortunately, just lack of information there, a lack of realization, and as a result, we were investing into a Forge, into 3 Stargates, and a Fleet Beacon as well, none of which did help with the defense. GG. GG, well played. The pants were down, Pappy. The pants were down. But regardless, congratulations here to Shin. It does advance on to the finals, and we have our 2 finalists here. It's going to be a ZVT. Now, coming into this tournament, we expected to see a ZVT. Like, the top 2 seeds were a Terran and a Zerg, but they were ByuN and SHIN. It's not ByuN and SHIN, Pappy. Who is it? Percival. Again, Percival, he had a crazy result earlier, taking down ByuN in the semifinals, and as a result, so we do have our top 2 players here. It is going to be a TVZ between Percival and SHIN. Best of 5. Let's go, Pappy. Let's go. It's going to be that best of 5. As our players are conducting their vetoes as we speak, they're getting ready. And before the grand finals, you know what time it is? It is Gamba time, but in a different way. For those who are maybe watching for the first time, Sparkling Tuna Cup, one of the unique features of this tournament is we have a random raffle. This is a weekly tournament, of course. Every single week we host the Tuna Cup on a weekly basis, and we also have a random raffle to help spread the love, help spread the support, of course, and to give 5 USD to one player that played tonight. Which one, though? We're here to find out. We're here to find out. As you can see here, we have 5 USD. It is going to be given to a random player. So, best of luck. We're all going to be rolling the dice here. As a reminder, this is only to players, not to viewers or anything like that. But you have to have played and competed. If you signed up and if you forfeited in the first round, you are ineligible. True. That would mean you're ineligible for the random raffle. This week, we do have no forfeits, though. So everyone played, everyone competed, which means everyone is eligible for the random raffle. This week, we have 28 players. We almost had a full round of 32, which is a little bit rare for us. Like, usually we have like 20-ish players, like 20 to 16. But this week, we had so many signups, 28 players. Crazy, Pap. Yeah, one player walks away a little bit richer. It could go to a finalist, or it could even go to someone that got knocked out in the first round, like Trifax or Roxas or Prome. Could go to anyone. Let's go. All right, let's go. Hashtag rigged in the chat, of course, as this week, congratulations. Oh, congratulations to Shameless. Shameless, he was one of the favorites to go far in this event. But if you remember, Shameless, he got knocked out in the quarterfinals to who? Sorry, he got knocked out in the round 16, actually. Round 16 to GG Machine. GG Machine did knock him down early. In that round of 16, leading into SKillous, of course, if you remember. So Shameless, he's a strong player in his own right, got knocked out early on, but does walk away with 5 USD. Shout out to the runner-ups. We do see Gerald, Nice, Shin, David, and ByuN also in those runner-ups. Barely didn't quite make the cut. And of course, hashtag rigged. As always, Papi, as always. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Shameless. And now we can focus on our finals. We can focus on the grand finals. Here we go. We have our best of 5, and spawning in the top right hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the orange Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg. Oh, it is SHIN. He just took down SKillous in the semifinals, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have a Korean Terran, but not the one we expected coming into this event. We have the South Korean Terran player, not ByuN. It is Percival, as he took down ByuN in the semifinals. Let's go, baby, let's go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Now it's time for the chat to get some gambit going. Here we go. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Now, there's a lot of hype around Percival. Percival, again, he is an up-and-comer. He's been improving quite steadily over the past year. At this point, over a year. So he's been improving. He's been getting better and better results, again, over the past 12 months of play. But I will say one thing. I've said this before. Percival, his weakest matchup is TVZ. Not saying it's awful, not saying it's bad, but compared to his Terran versus Protoss and Terran versus Zerg, Terran versus Terran, Terran versus Zerg is Percival's weakest matchup. It is the matchup that he has caused the least amount of upsets in. Now, he has beaten SHIN before. If you remember, I think it was the first month of the patch, maybe even the first couple of weeks. The first couple of weeks of the patch, we actually casted SHIN versus Percival, and I think it was either in a Tuna Cup or a Pegastar Cup. It was one of, I think it was a Tuna Cup. I think it was in a Tuna Cup. And Percival did defeat SHIN, but what's happening, especially early in the patch, SHIN was playing mutas. He was playing mutas every single game, and every time he tried to go into muta, Percival was shutting him down, going into 2-on-1s, going into high bio setups, and he was punishing the muta play time and time again. Again, that was a couple of months ago. That was last year in like November. So it's been a couple of months since then, and we'll see how our players do compare to each other this time. So again, Percival has beaten SHIN before, but it was early in the patch, and it was SHIN being experimental with a lot of muta play. But here we go. We do have our standard opener, Hatch Gas Pool, Link Speed is on the way. Likewise, Percival also going to his own standard opener as well. Racks into Factory. Oh, right, sorry, I do apologize. Looks like the predictions did not begin correctly, so Do apologize. Hold on. Oh, sorry, I was distracted. The Reaper goes down. The Reaper goes down early. That should not have happened. Massive pickoff. Did kill a drone, but not quite worth it. Sorry, we'll reset the predictions. I got you. Bam. Okay. But yeah, so if you're in the chat, predictions are now open once again. Do apologize, I didn't quite set it up for the fresh series. I still had it set up for the semifinals. So I do apologize. Oh my god! Speaking of 2-base muta, do you see what I see? We were just talking about how like SHIN was being experimental with mutas and he got punished the last time they played. That's a 320 lair timing. Gases are being taken as we speak. This is looking like 2-base muta. And now technically there is a build. There is a build that SHIN and Solar and the other Korean Zerg players have been embracing as of late, and that is 2-base Hydra. We have seen some 2-base Hydra with mixed success, basically 2-base Hydra into a 3-base all-in. We haven't seen that pop up from a lot of the Korean Zerg players, so that is also a possibility, but otherwise this should be a Spire. So I'm getting deja vu. As the lair is finishing, and show us what you got. Bam. Hydra. Yep, there it is. 2-base Hydra. So good thing we brought that up. As we mentioned, if you've been watching StarCraft over the past month, maybe 2 months as of late, and if you've been watching SHIN and Solar specifically in ZVT, you should have seen this build. They've been very fond of this. So it is going to be 2-base Hydra into, typically this leads into a 3-base all-in, into just a really, really strong and high Hydra count. And it goes into Ling Hydra with delayed banelings, if not just no banelings whatsoever. Meanwhile, the Overseer does get into the bases, confirming the bio, confirming the stim. Third CC is on location, and it's on Percival to figure out what the hell's going on. Percival, he has not gotten into the bases yet. He has Hellions being active. He does have his follow-up here, going into Banshee, of course. And he needs to scout. He needs to scout. Banshee tries to poke in. So far, the scout is denied by the Queens. Queens are in position. The Hydras are reveal themselves. Oh, okay. Hydras are revealed. Percival, he now knows. Again, Hydras, they should not be out in this stage of the game. And we have more Hydras amassing. Yeah, the Hydra count is building further up. Hydra speed is almost done. And I believe this hits with Hydra range. You want to get both upgrades. Now, Percival, he's aware he needs tanks. If you're curious, what is the answer to 2-base Hydra? Tanks. Like a higher and higher tank count, Biotank, and SimCity here at the bases. Percival, he should recognize this as an all-in, so he needs to defend as best as possible with SimCity. Bunkers need to be thrown down. Especially considering that this is going to hit without banelings. Remember that. No banelings. And Percival, he is producing more tanks, but he's going for drop play. I'm a little bit concerned. Percival, he should not be pushing. I'm sure Percival's played against this before. Here comes the all-in. SHIN cut workers at 57, under 3-base saturation. He's getting a 4th base just for larva. Hydras are revealed, and where are the bunkers, Pat? We need the defenses. We need protection for the tanks. Hellions go down. SHIN is pushing. Now behind this, SHIN starts to drone. Late saturation, late drones. SHIN, he doesn't have his heart in this. He commits here, but honestly, the tank count is solid. Yeah, tank boys are going off. SHIN, can he break through? The boys are being pulled. The boys are being pulled. The tanks are holding. The Hydras, they just melt. And Percival holds. At a cost, but he does hold on. It's going to cost him 5 SCVs. But he cleans up. How many was that? 20? 21. 22, 23. 23 drones go down. Heavy losses here for SHIN. And remember, SHIN, these drones that are coming out now are so delayed. And I was concerned. I was concerned that Percival, he didn't have enough support for his army. I was concerned he had no bunkers. But SHIN was droning instead of making Lings. This should have been a Hydra all-in with Ling support for Lings to buff over the Hydras and get on top of the tanks. But SHIN, it was very middle of the road, right? It was very middle of the road. Like, he wasn't fully committed into the all-in. He didn't reinforce. His heart wasn't in it, Babby. It was... And with that, Percival, he's overwhelming. And here comes a counterattack. Massive tank shots going off on the Hydras. Hydras are going down. Queens are going down as well. Does get one tank in the end. Oh, gets two. Okay. Two tanks go down. Lings are trickling out. Shin is holding. Shin is barely holding on. Percival, he didn't have his entire army attacking. If these Marines were in front, he could have saved that tank, by the way. I mean, shout out to Percival proving that he doesn't F2. He doesn't. True. But Percival, he still has momentum, by the way. Percival is ahead. He's ahead. There's a reason why he's up in supply. It's been a shaky follow-up here by Shin. Does survive the push. Does survive the counterattack. Behind this, we can see Percival making 2 tanks at a time. And Shin is in danger. He's in danger. He's in trouble. Marines, they start step into the Hydras. Bold move. Lose the medevac. Does lose the medevac. Yeah, at the same time, Liberators have arrived. We have Liberation here at the bases. Yeah, drones are going down. Looks like we had 1 Liberator here at the natural, 1 Liberator at the 3rd base, getting 13 drone kills. The Liberator does re-siege. Sniping Hydras. These are worth it here for the Liberators. And Shin is struggling. He's struggling so much here. He has not recovered from the failed all-in. Lings, they collapse forward. Marines, they can just stand and fight. Remember, there are no banelings. Yeah, massive tank shots going off on the Hydras. And the Hydras are barely holding on, but these are expensive defenses here for Shin. Expensive holds. As Percival, he's on 81 SCVs. Crazy economy. And Percival's all in. I mean, he's been all in this entire game. But now he's forced into it. There's no chance of droning or resaturating or macroing out of this. And now he's got some banelings. True. Banelings have arrived. But there's a planetary. Yeah, he's falling back to the planetary. Tanks are siege as well. Massive tank fire here on the banelings. GG gets called. And Percival takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Percival. He does take lead in the series. Winding it back, Shin, he opened up into a 320 layer timing into a 2.5 base Hydra all-in. But as we mentioned, he built up all his Hydras and then he droned. But he still went for the all-in, but he was droning behind it. Like, it was, again, it was very middle of the road. Like, typically when you go for a build like this, when it's as extreme as it is, you need to commit, you need to double down. And we were expecting, instead of droning, Zerglings, right? To reinforce across the map, to commit, to be able to get on top of the tanks, to buffer for the Hydras, to break the expansion. But instead he droned up, so he didn't believe in it. Basically, mid all-in, Shin, he didn't believe that it would work. He didn't believe that he would succeed. He didn't have faith in the all-in itself. So he started droning, which is okay, but he still went for the fight anyway. And he lost 23 Hydras went down in the process. So a very shaky start there for Shin. From that moment, he fell behind and he couldn't quite recover. But GG, well played. And with that, we're now getting into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Orange Zerg down in the series. Can he bounce back? It is a Shin. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Blue Terran player. The Blue Terran, the South Korean Terran, leading the series 1-0. It is Percival. Let's go. Let us go. Hello. That is a 15 spawning pool. So we have a 15 pool opener here out of Shin. Very cheeky, very cheeky here. Now, this is not an all-in. This is a pool first build into what should be an expansion into a delayed gas geyser. Now, what does this mean? This means that Shin has access to Zerglings very quickly, and his goal should be to skirt around the edge of the map, to hug the edge of the map, come in from behind, and to strike the natural as the Reaper moves out. So the Reaper moves out across the map, Lings move in, they kill the building SCV, and they might even cancel the expansion. And then we just drone, right? And then we just drone, then we macro out of it. But the goal here is to move out with those Zerglings and to try to get some damage done across the map. Wait, what? He didn't hold on to larva. Huh. Shin went pool first. He didn't hold on to Larva though, so 0 Zerglings. He does have an early queen, but this is a weird one. Okay. Shin, he's gonna be playing from behind. Shin, he has a worse economic opener here. You could argue that this is like a hard counter to like a cheese or a proxy, but it's a standard opener. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Now, actually, this might be because there's no Reaper. And was there an SCV Scout? Yeah, no SCV Scout, no Reaper Scout, no nothing. It was Marine first instead. But yeah, shaky start here from Shin. A greedy build here by Percival. Percival, he skipped the SCV Scout. He skipped the Reaper as well, preserving all that gas. He's looking for the Overlord. And Percival, he does have a stronger start. From the side of Shin, this build, all it really did for him here was earlier queen production, right? Earlier queens, and does have a decent queen count. He does not skip out link speed. Oh, he's staying in gas. This is a big tell here. Typically in ZVZ this early on, you should be pulling out of gas to prioritize mineral income and to take a third base. The third base is late third base out of Shin, and there's nothing pressuring him, by the way. There's no pressure out of his opponent, so no third expansion, extra gas. This looks like either a Roach all-in or, once again, fast lair. That last game was a 320 lair timing. We could even go fast lair into 2-base muta. But this is just a really weird game. It's really because no one knows anything. Like, remember, Percival, he's just now moving out with his Hellions. He had no idea what was happening. And with the answer, this time it's not 2-base muta. I mean, actually, that is a 320 lair timing. 326 this time. 25. Like 325 lair timing a little bit later. There's that early Roach Horn that we did mention. Percival, he confirms that the third base is late. True. He confirms the late expansion. And in his mind, he should be thinking all in or 2-base muta. Like, this base is so late. What the hell's happening in this series? What? Percival, he's like, the hell's going on? Why is your base so late, Pappy? Where's your expansion? Lings, they do trickle out. Lair is almost done. We'll see if he goes into Roach speed or if he does throw down a Hydrogen or a Spire. I don't want to rule that out yet. He's making Roaches. Okay, he's making Roaches, so it looks like it's going to be a 2-base Roach all-in. Overlord gets hunted down. We have a Raven? What is happening this game? Why is there a Raven? Yeah, Lings, they move in. They catch out a couple of Marines. Fun fact, against a Roach all-in, Banshees would be beautiful. Like, Banshees get free damage from the sky. Banshees are ideal against Roach play. But he went Raven instead of Banshee. Why did he go Raven? And man, this guy's been on Reddit too much. And Reddit's like, yo, why don't you just get a Raven to deny creep? True. Save your scans. As Roach speed is on the way, Shin is droning. But this is late droning, late saturation out of Shin. He's got a handful of Roaches, and they should be scouted by the Raven. But this is just a really uncomfortable game. For both players. No third CC, by the way. Like, no one is comfortable here. No shot. Maybe Shin is. But he's weird like that. He's he sees Roaches. Does for the Roaches. Shin is somewhat aware. And again, Shin's going for, like, he's going for a 2-base all-in. This is also a really late third. But I want to believe that Percival's third CC being delayed and being this late is because of Shin's build. Like, this feels like a reaction, right? Like, this late expansion feels like just a reaction to the late expansion of Shin. Just because Percival, he didn't know if he was safe or not. That's what it feels like. Now we're rushing into a fast infestation, but are we going into fast infestors? No, he's going for the hive. That's a 6-minute hive, by the way. What is happening? The Raven comes in. The Raven scouts the hive, by the way. Does confirm. Double drop in towards the natural. Hellions are distracted on the right hand side. Roach is out of position. Marines, they can maybe get some damage. Nah, they're Lings. Yeah, they're Lings in position. Marines, they drop off. They do trade well against the Lings, but the Roaches, they have arrived. Despite that, the Marines, they trade so well here. They get 3 Roaches. They get 3, 4 Roaches go down. 5, they get all 6. SHIN, we need more than just roaches here. We need more than he will lose everything. Oh my god, the job is getting ahead. 8 drones are target firing. 8 drones go down. Percival takes a massive lead. Nice target firing, by the way, with the spore. That was target firing. But SHIN is falling apart. He's falling apart here. Again, that one double drop did critical damage. 10 drones. How many roaches was that? Well, 7 roaches to the double drop. That was crazy. Now, the one saving grace for SHIN is that Percival still doesn't have a third, right? If Percival had gone for a standard third base timing, then Percival, he'd be miles ahead. But later third expansion, so later third base saturation. So Percival's economy is a little bit lackluster. Not as good as otherwise could have been. And we're rushing to Hive, rushing to Ultras. Okay, so Ultra Cavern's on the way. SHIN, he's getting there in his own way. Getting into the Ultras. As Percival he commits, does catch the 4th base. Oh, respects the Infestors. There's one more fungal. Oh, that's a kill! What? That was a kill, not a cancel. SHIN, we gotta lock in. But it's been a very chaotic series. It's been very, very chaotic. That was a kill, not a cancel. Massive pickoff. SHIN, he's struggling, Pappy. He's struggling. I was catching up with the chats. Is it possible to get replays from this tournament or just a few? Well, do we have a command in the chat? If you're out there, if you're watching right now, I was mentioning earlier, this event is funded via Patreon. That is true. If you want to support us via Patreon, you can. We do give benefits, and one of those benefits is replay packs. Now, we don't just give out replay packs from Tuna Cup. We give out replay packs for all the events that we cast, so we have permission to share. So Little League Cup, for example, Rongi Cup as well, OSC tournaments, Hatchery Cup. Like, there's a lot of, we give out a lot of replays. So if you're interested, if you want replays to cast or to learn from or to watch yourself, then you can subscribe. You can either support on Patreon. There's a tier on Patreon for replay packs. Otherwise, you can subscribe on Twitch. But yes, we do have a lot of replay packs available. If you wish, you can support there. Otherwise, we do have SHIN building up into his own Ultras. Ultras are amassing. SHIN is maxing out. We've gotten into this game state in just a really shaky way. Like, it's been a very uncomfortable game here. But SHIN has gotten into his Ultras, and back at home, Percival, he is not ready for Ultra Tech. He does have Marauders on the way. Liberator production has begun, but there are no Ghosts, there are no Liberators yet. And SHIN is moving in for the kill. He's moving in for the kill here. He's got his slow Ultras, 6 Ultras with the main army. You know, nice concave, but again, this area is just so open. The Ultras are flooding in. Oh, massive mine connection, massive mine shots. Lings are going down, but what is the answer to the Ultras? These are they only have 1-1, by the way. Oh my god, the Ultras, they melt. Doesn't get the expansion though. Yeah, mineral line goes down. The SCVs, they run through the Ultra. That's going to be 22 SCVs. That one Ultra killed all the workers, by the way. The one Ultra swiped away. Army does kite back. Liberators have arrived. Fungal does land. It's going to be close. There's one Ultra left. One Ultra remaining and barely goes down. Percival, can he hold? Oh my god. Yeah, Percival, he's barely holding on, but it cost him an entire mineral line. An entire base went down. So a messy defense here by Percival. Again, SHIN, he did have kindness plating, but as we were mentioning, he only had 1-1 upgrades. Plus 2 carapace just finished after the fight. So the upgrades were lackluster. That's why the Ultras were as fragile as they were. Usually they're a little bit more tanky. But the Ultras, they popped. That was expensive. We're getting messy. That's the downside of rushing into Ultras this quickly, is the upgrades are lackluster. And in the end, Percival, he's still in this. Oh. So Percival does move in. The Raven is still alive from the early game. And we have a Liberator here to deny the expansion as well. Okay. Yeah, cheeky moves here by Percival. Liberator does siege up. Getting up to 6, 7, 8 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. 9. 9 drones go down. Crazy damage. Percival is on fire, Pappy. Now what's important is that Percival is doing really well when it comes to harassing, right? He's harassing, he's getting more worker damage, crippling the economy, but the ultras are amassing. And this time, the next time we have a big fight, +3. +3 carapace is going to be done. The upgrades that were lacking previously are going to be there. So the ultra is going to be that much stronger. At the same time, Percival now has a much higher marauder count. He's got more marauders. He has now more liberators on the way as well. Still no ghost production. Bear that in mind. He doesn't really have the economy to sustain ghosts at the moment. But he can soon get there. He can soon get there. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Soundo in the chat. Papi, thank you so much. Soundo. And there it is, as the Academy. How about Soundo resubscribing for 63 months? Papi, crazy. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much. Long time supporter of the channel. As Percival does push through the center. Oh my god, brutal mind connection. Catching out the Zerglings, another drop here on the left hand side. Gets 1, gets 2, gets 3 Bailings. The target firing. Catching out 3 Bailings. Powerbomb does land. And Percival, he's pushing. He's committing across the map, pushing into ultras, though I'm not sure he can pull this off. I'll pick up. At least denying creep. Setting up his liberation zones, but this area is just so open. No Bailing speed. But the vials. Oh my god, the vials are connecting. They even catch out the overseers. And Percival just stands and fights. He shuts down the ultras. He does force this back. SHIN, he's in danger. He's in trouble. Here come ultras, though. He's got 4 more. Oh my god. Just gonna get off the friendly fire. Grazing the ultras. Be careful, baby. Be careful. This Percival, he barely gets away here. The medevacs, they just dealt so much damage to the Vipers. Both Vipers did survive. But Percival, he pulls out. He pulls out in the end, and hey, here come the ghosts. Ghosts are amassing. He now has a better answer for the ultras. Now, the scary thing for SHIN is that the whole purpose of going into an ultra rush is to end the game early, pre-ghost, right? That's the goal. And you see how long it took here for Percival to actually get into ghost production. Unfortunately, SHIN has failed to do so. SHIN, he's been losing so many workers, so many drones, so many expansions as well. And the window where ultras are effective, that window is closing. That window is closing as more ghosts amass. The ultras are on the timer. Does come in from behind, catching out reinforcements. A messy defense here. Ghost exposed, gets 1. It does take down one of the ghosts. Bailings, they try to roll in. Nice splits, nice spread here by Percival. Shuts down the Bailings. And with that shit, he's running out of steam. The ultras, they get into the mineral line. Going for the economy. 18 SCVs go down, but GG gets caught. SHIN, he's run out of steam again. The window was closing, and Percival takes a 2-0 lead in the series. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Percival, he does extend his lead here. Again, a really shaky early game out of SHIN. Going for the pull first build, but not making any Zerglings. Going for a 2-base play into 2-base Roach, into a late 3rd expansion, into a fast Hive, but attacking with ultras with 1-1. Like, it was just a really awkward and very uneven or kind of messy game there. Ideally, I believe the goal there was to try to catch Percival off balance, but Percival, he was playing very safe. Remember, he himself went for a late 3rd expansion because he didn't know what was happening. He was like, what's going on? So he played very, very 2-base heavy and very 2-base centric. Was able to shut down SHIN. And with that, we're getting into game number 3. Potentially the final game of the series. Let's go. Let us go. The way Percival did in top aggression was awesome. I mean, again, like, it was just a really shaky early and mid game for SHIN. Like, it was not standard, but it's not just that it wasn't standard, it was very inefficient. I think that's the way that I would put it. It was very messy. It was a very, very messy game there from SHIN, and Percival, he capitalized on how messy that was. And here we go, we're getting into game number 3, potentially the final game of the series, and spawning in the top left hand corner of a Title Citadel, we have the South Korean Zerg player, we have the Orange Zerg down in the series. Can he bounce back? Can he recover? Can he make a series out of this? It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran player himself, the South Korean Terran. It is Percival. Here we go. And we'll see if SHIN tightens things up here, because we have yet to see a standard game out of SHIN. it just has not happened. It's been some quirky builds after quirky builds, and some questionable moves as well out of SHIN. We'll see what he goes for this time. We shall see. As a reminder, game 1 was a half-hearted 2-base Hydra all-in, where he was droning as he was all-inning, so he had no reinforcements. Game 2, we saw again SHIN going pool first into 2-base Roach, into insanely late layer timing, into a fast Hive, into like 1-1 Ultras. Like, it was... yeah, it's been weird. It's been unique, I will say that. There's a lot of these games that I've never seen before. True. A lot of the build variations I haven't quite seen before, for good reason. Don't know if I want to see them again. I do. Ay. But here we go. We're calming down. As our players are building up. And I guess what's important, against the chaos that SHIN has been throwing around, whether it's efficient or inefficient, Percival, he's been keeping his cool for the most part. He's been just playing it safe. Again, we spoke last game, right? What did Percival do last game? When he saw how late the third was, he just didn't expand. He just stayed on 2 bases. He played it safe. Personally, I do think that he could have taken a third, and he could have had a stronger mid game because of that. He was just playing it safe anyway. He didn't really know what was going on. Just calm down. We're staying in. Meanwhile, link speed is on the way, and once again, for the 3rd time this series, we're staying in gas. This is not normal. Typically, you pull out of gas completely. The Reaper does not get into the bases and does not quite confirm, but does get eyes on the lack of 3rd base. So once again, late 3rd expansion, and once again, we're expecting a 320 layer timing. So when it comes to the fast layer, game 1, this led into a Hydra all-in. Game 2, this led into early Roach play, early 2-base Roach into, I assumed it was going to be a 2-base Roach all-in, but led into Hive Tech. Now, here it is. Now, this is even earlier. This is a 310 layer timing. Jesus. So 310 layer, faster than any game so far in this series. Because of this can lead a couple different ways. This can lead into a Link Queen Nidus all-in. True. Link speed is finishing up. This can lead into 2-base Muta. Technically, it can lead into 2-base Hydra. We'll see. If we don't take any extra gases soon, then I'm leaning more towards Nidus. I say that, there's no Overlord in the main. Yeah, you can see the Marines on patrol. Percival, he's patrolling to make sure that there is no Overlord into the main base. Gases are being taken. Okay, we have confirmation. 4 gases. 4 gases are on the way. It's looking a little bit more like Muta play. If it was Roaches, we would have seen a Roach Horn already. Is it Mutas? Is it Hydras? And again, Percival, he knows it's something weird at least. He hasn't seen the main, but he sees how late the 3rd is, right? So he knows that tech and money has to be spent elsewhere, and there it is, 2-base Muta. So 2-base Muta out of SHIN. Now, so far, the build looks the same all 3 games, so Percival doesn't really know exactly what's going on. I will say in his mind, I'm sure this is in the back of his mind, right? Because every game has been something different. 2-base Muta is something that we haven't seen yet. And we'll see if Percival can confirm. Reaver goes in. Nice movement here with the Hellions, trying to bait the Lynx forward. But he does not scout the main base. Percival's in the dark, back at home. At Percival, he's going for a 2-on-1, early sim timing. Okay, sorry, he's going for a 3cc 2-on-1. which means Percival, he's going for around a 5:30-ish move out. Wait, no, he's actually ready earlier. Wait, what? Okay. Sorry, I was so fixated on what Shin was up to. It looks like he actually got a faster starport. This might have been 1-1-1 into a later Rax. So, yeah, Percival, his own build was a little bit quirky itself. I'm not exactly certain as to what, but it does hit earlier. But there we go, he's moving out. Remember, he has Stim. It does have Stim, dives into the mineral line. First queen goes down, but there are plenty of lings. They can't quite engage though. And mutas are revealed. Yeah, mutas are revealed. Now Percival knows. He will trade or focus on one of the mutas. He gets one, he gets two. Oh, but he bleeds out a lot of Marines. A lot of Marines go down in the process. That was an expensive trade here for Percival. Percival, he lost 13 Marines for 3 mutas and 2 queens. I got a rough trade. But at least he knows. At least now he knows. Turrets are being thrown down as we speak. Percival securing his bases. Medevac is being hunted down and will not get away. He will not get away. So nice defense here by SHIN. SHIN trying to catch reinforcements. Nice pickup. I'll pick up at a Percival. Pulls away. From here, he does pull back, he does pull away, securing his 3 bases. And on the one hand, SHIN, he's able to defend and able to secure his own expansions. But remember, SHIN's economy is delayed. Late 3rd, late 4th base. Percival is ahead. Percival, he has a stronger economy. He's, oh no, the miss rally. Drones. But Percival, he's ahead economically. He has a stronger 3-base setup, of course. SHIN, his mutas have failed to get any harassing damage. They get 1 SCV. They delay the factory. But SHIN is behind. He is behind, and he's had a rough early game. That's been the case every game so far in the series, and the pressure's on SHIN to recover and bounce back. SHIN, he needs to get some SCVs, needs to get into a mineral line, cash some stray units. Speaking of, no, the muta gets thrown away. Does get a tank. Picks up a couple of Marines. Again, SHIN doing what he can. You can see Percival trying to intercept. Trying to catch out the mutas. Oh my god, Mind Shot goes off as well. Catching out a Mutalisk. Oh, that's Percival. He might get caught out instead. SHIN going for the gold? I mean, he's got to do something to come back. Has to do something to recover. As Percival is rallying over towards the gold. Is Percival overextending, losing a full medevac? Again, Percival bleeding out a lot of supply here. And he cannot punish that gold, not yet. He has to calm down. He has to calm things down. Mutas are keeping him pinned back at home. Nice pickups here by the mutas, getting a Widow Mine. And again, this is the beginning of the comeback. Like SHIN, he's picking off tanks, Widow Mines, Marines, keeping Percival busy back at home, allowing SHIN to get the gold. So SHIN is recovering. Army moves out, but SHIN is in position. He's got plenty of Ling Bane. Yeah, plenty of Ling Bane here. Forced to pick up, and this drop is stuck here. Like, he can't leave. Yeah, Percival just throwing away so much supply here. There's no escaping this. All 3 medevacs will go down. A massive loss for Percival. Yeah, three full medevacs thrown away, and we're just throwing away supply at this point. We're just throwing away supply. Percival getting caught. SHIN, he's overwhelming. He's maxed out. And do we have a series, Pappy? We have a series. Gets a full medevac as well. Planetary is going to fall, and we will have a back and forth, as there's almost nothing left here for Percival. Again, Percival, he didn't have a bad start to the game, but he was just throwing away too much. He was being overly aggressive. Overextended one too many times. Or two too many times, really. And with that, Shinny's came to the production. He will respect the Thor. He respects the Thor, pulls away. Upgrades are being denied. Yeah, no 3-3. Oh. And again, Percival didn't have a bad start. He got a better start, actually. But just threw away, I want to say, like, what was it? 6, maybe 7 drops consecutively? Like, it was sorry, 7 full medevacs? It was crazy. Just how much was being thrown away. And with that, Percival, we're going to try to stabilize here with his Thors, but he's down to a 3-base economy. Meanwhile, Shin has the gold. Has the gold base up and running on 97 drones. Shin can max out, build up his bank. And just keep engaging. The magic box on the Thor. Oh, Thor does survive. I'll pick up. And technically, Shin should never attack, at least until Percival gets a 4th base. Like, technically, Shin, he does not have to push into the 3rd or push into the natural. You just chill back, wait for the 4th base, and then strike at the 4th. Just strike at the 4th expansion. Drop does sneak out. We have 2 orbitals ready to land. Command centers are floating over. Mutas, they do spot this expansion. Ah, that's God. Every time, Shin, every time. The diva enjoyer. God damn it. But 6 SCVs go down, and soon Shin can collapse in. Just dealing with the drop. He's distracted. Muta's making the way over. Oh, no, never mind. And as I mentioned before, Shin, his goal should be to break this 4th base. Oh. It should be to break the 4th. Morphing in more banelings. Planetary will finish in time. And Shin, we gotta go soon. Percival is close to maxing out. His army is split, though. Yeah, the army is split. Lingbane is moving in. Shinny does pull the trigger. He's going for it. Show some mind shot. Ooh, nice mind connection, but there's still so many banelings. They collapse on the expansion. Planetary goes down. Catching at the army. Not much of the mineral line. Banelings just now rolling in. Yeah, some of them do connect. As Shinny dives further into the expansions. He has broken the 4th. Oh, the mind shots. Oh my god. Massive mind connections. Be careful, Pappy. And again, that's all that Shin needs to do, is just back off, rebuild, remax, and then strike the 4th. Strike the 4th base. Just contain Percival on 3 bases. Punish any kind of expansion. 3-3 is finishing up. Ultras are on the way. Oh, as we're rallying Ultras in. Ultras are being rallied. Banelings, they trickle on through. They at least attempt to. That's a lot of Banelings. Yeah, wouldn't mind don't quite connect. Banelings, they smash on in. We have a couple of Ultras as well. A bit of a messy defense here from Shin, as he doesn't quite have everything consolidated. His army's still rallying over. And looks like this is going to be Percival's final stand here. Trying to hold on to that 4th expansion. How many ultras? Only 2. Only 2 ultras, so not that many. Mutas, they make their way into the main. Once again, going for the production. Just trading with the Marines. He can just trade. He's forcing reaction. You can see here the Marines have to peel back home. Here comes the main army. Oof. Massive mine shots. Massive mine connections, but there's still so much left over. GG gets called, and SHIN does put a point on the board. Whew, GG. GG, well played. SHIN does bounce back. Once again, a very quirky game and a very quirky build here by SHIN. Going into 2-base Muta, this was a 3-10 lair timing, very fast lair. Going into 2-base play, going into Muta play. We saw that initially, Percival, he defended well. He defended very, very well against the Mutas. He was able to secure himself. Remember, Percival, he initially had the better economy. He was on an even base count with an even worker count plus mules. Percival, he was ahead. And then he lost that lead. He lost that lead. Once he saw the goal base, he just tunnel visioned a little bit too much. He saw the gold and he was like, I have to stop this, whatever I can do. He was sending out drop after drop after drop. Again, I want to say he lost like 7 full medevacs just trying to head over in that direction and deny the gold. And with that, SHIN shut that all down, got further ahead, and snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played. As that leads us here into game number 4, and we have a series, we have a back and forth, and can we bring it all the way to the ace match? Spawning in the right hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the orange Zerg player from South Korea putting a point on the board. It is a SHIN. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran leading the series 2-1 and still 1 game away from claiming the series. It is Percival. Let's go. Let us go. As welcome to White Rabbit. White Rabbit is one of the larger maps in the map pool. We do see Hatchcast pool. Do we finally get a standard build? It's going to be 15-15, but do we finally get into a standard game here? My eyes are on SHIN. As SHIN has been doing some crazy stuff, game 1, game 2, and even game 3 as well. Do we finally calm things down? Are we going gasless? Opening up hatch pool. Delayed gas here for SHIN. No shot we're going gasless. It's going to be delayed, but you have my attention. You have my attention here. Now, with the earlier pool timing, once again, we could see SHIN make early lings and try to sneak out across the map and harass. We saw the last time that he went pool first, he actually didn't make any Zerglings, he went queen first. It felt like he was trying to hard counter like a cheese or a proxy. And maybe was expecting Percival to cheese. SCV gets scouted. And I believe SHIN is not holding on to Larva. Yeah, once again, fast queen. And does make a pair of Zerglings. Okay. Does make a pair of Zerglings. With these Zerglings, he can maybe delay the expansion, but the SCV scout should confirm. Yeah, spots the expansion. Lings, they do veer off. They do avoid the main attack path. Reapers on the way, and these Lings, their goal is to delay this command center. Delay the CC. Lings are coming. Once again, gas income is delayed here for SHIN, and we'll see if he still goes into link speed. Does go into link speed. Those Zerglings do poke in. And he will delay the expansion. Not bad. Doesn't kill the SCV, but does delay. Marines do defend, and I'm curious, are we mining gas? We are. So link speed, gas mining continues here, and from here SHIN can once again go into 2-base lair. Every game in this series, it's been like a 325 or 320 or 310 lair timing, and we're seeing that again. There it is. That was 313. 313 lair timing. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Now, once again, this could be 2-base Muta, this could be 2-base Hydra, or it could be 2-base Roach. We've seen all 3 variations so far. We've seen all 3 variations in this series. Is there a 4th variation? Do we go 2-base Swarm Host? If we were casting Eric, that's on the table. But if you go 2-base Swarm Host, it's usually with a Roach one first. You go Roaches, Roach, Ravager, Aggression, then into Swarm Host. Typically. So I'm ruling out 2-base Swarm Host. With all the gases, it shouldn't be like a Nidus all-in. It should be either a Hydroden or a Spire. Early Eva Chamber is a sign of Hydras, I believe. I believe that's going to be +1 Carapace. +1 Carapace into Hydras. Based on what happened in game number 1. Shows the den. There it is. 2-base Hydra. So if you were here earlier in the series, this is the same build that we saw in game 1. So it should be +1 Carapace. Yep, +1 Carapace into Hydra. This does lead into a 2.5 base, 57 drone Hydra all-in. If you remember, we were very critical of SHIN in game 1 because SHIN, he went for the 3-base Hydra all-in, or again 2.5 base all-in, but he did not reinforce mid all-in. As it was moving out across the map, he started to drone. He started to drone up, which is fine if it was a fake out, but he didn't fake it. Like, he still committed to the all-in, he lost all the Hydras, and then he had nothing behind it. Like, it was just a really half-hearted all-in from SHIN in game 1. We'll see if he commits this time in game number 4. We'll see if he commits. Lings, they zone away the Hellions. Denying vision, denying sound. They do kill both. Both Hellions go down. Behind this, 3rd CC is on location. We're getting to our own 2-on-1 follow-up. Double E-bays, okay. Faster upgrades. Double E-bays, double upgrades. This time, SHIN is going for range first. If you remember, last time in game 1, we saw speed first, then range. SHIN is cutting workers early. In game 1, he got workers at 57. Here he's cutting workers at 48. Yeah, this is going to be an earlier timing. An earlier all-in. Cutting workers very early on here. Again, basically just 2-base saturation. There's only 4 drones at the 3rd. Scan into the main base, reveals the hive. Sorry, reveals the lair. Reveals the Eva chamber. Doesn't see much else. But that one Eva chamber is a sign of 2-base Hydra. True. Outside of that, personally, he hasn't seen the Hydras himself. And remember, SHIN, he's not droning. He's not droning up his 3rd. This is going to be an earlier and a much more committed all-in, and it looks like this time SHIN is going to commit. There it is, he sees. Yeah, he does see the Hydras. Personally, he has to get the hell out of here. He has to pull away. Lings, they already get across the map. They get a surround. Almost. Going to be zoned back. Lings are being thrown away. Hydras, they start to step forward. And they do pick off a good amount of Marines. Yeah, Marines are being bullied back behind this because it's hitting so early. There are no tanks. We actually had Widow Mines on the way. Oh, Widow Mine follow-up. Not ideal. That would have been ideal against Mutas, but not against Hydra. And SHIN, he may have just done it. He may have just done it here. The boys are being pulled. Every SCV goes down. Marines, they're rushing forward. We need more reinforcements. The Hydras are exposed. And the Hydras, they break through. Yep, they break through. Percival, he has been broken. SHIN, he has done it. He breaks the 30, kills the 3rd even. And again, it looks like Percival was expecting Mutas. Looks like he was expecting Mutas. Widow Mines, they do not help here, not anywhere near as much. There's going to be one Widow Mine. Nice retargeting. Oh, the splits though. SHIN, he does split. And again, that's 21 SCV kills. Brutal damage. Critical damage, Puppy. Percival down to 44 SCVs, barely an economy. And SHIN, he's already in the 3 bases. He already droned. He already droned up as he was breaking the expansion. And now he can build up in towards a later timing. The pressure's on Percival. Percival is double expanding, getting 2 CCs. One in the main, one at the natural. And behind this Percival, he needs to get something done here. Whether it's to drop into the main base to get some economic damage, trying to force some mistakes out of SHIN. Even then, it's just a really difficult position to come back from. Not impossible. He's being active. He knows that he's, desperate for damage. Percival knows he is behind. He knows he's behind. And we got to go for some crazy plays here to try to recover. Oh boy. Meanwhile, Shin can just chill. He doesn't have to kill. He, in a way, already has, right? He's already crippled his opponent. So Shin is just chilling, expanding, droning, taking up. Hive is on the way. Lurker Den is on the way as well. From here, we can go into Hydra, Lurker, Viper. Does catch a queen. And Shin should be the first to max out. The scary thing here is that because Shin is so far ahead, he's not just going to max out, he's going to max out with a superior tech army with Hydra, Lurker, Viper. Mind Drop comes in. And the Mind Drops don't quite connect. And no shots go up. Shin starts stepping in. And the other chance here that Percival has is if Shin is passive, right? Remember, Percival double expanded. He's getting his third base and his fourth base at the same time. He is double expanding. So if Shin is passive, then Percival can potentially recover in this game. But here come the Lurkers. Yeah, here come the Lurkers. Shin, he does spot the center tower as well. Shin is being proactive. And he's pushing. Yeah, Shin is not resting on his laurels. He's not the kind of player to be defensive. That's just not Shin. As he's trying to dive on the tanks. Lurker Zubaru. Tank line is sold though. Very nice. He's got his 4 tanks. And Lurker trying to break tank positions is difficult. Liberators as well. Percival, he's turtling up. He's doing it. He's turtling on up on 4 bases. Shin is not able to outposition, and now he's droning. Yeah, Shin is droning. He knows he cannot kill Percival, not anymore. He's missed that window, he's missed that timing. And there is still a way to outposition Percival, true. To get up this ramp. Speaking of, Percival is not quite in position. Shin does get up the ramp. Yeah, Liberators are a little bit late to siege. Shin getting into the mineral line. Yeah, tanks are out of position. Liberators out of position as well. SCVs are going down. The Lunkers, they're getting in. They're waddling into the bases. And that's going to be 13 SCVs. Yeah, 13 SCV kills. Now, in a way, Shin does throw away this army. That is true. Lurkers, they move in. Oof. Catching at SCVs. Delaying the CC. Not quite. Lurkers ran the third base. Shinny's all over the place. Hitting the natural, the third, and the fourth. Denying mining. And Percival, he hasn't stabilized yet. He's getting there. Oh. As things are moving in, he wants the SCVs. He wants them. Oh my god. 7 SCVs going down. Shin rebuilding and remaxing. Again, the correct thing to do for Percival is just turtle up. Just turtle on up, throw down more planetaries, more turrets, sensor towers, tanks, liberators. Just turtling up as much as he can. Securing this ramp here will make sure that that never happens again, like the oppositioning. And Shin is being forced to slow things down a little bit here. I do still think that Shin can break one of these bases. Right now, Percival, because he's at so low of a supply, he's spread thin. So if Shin attacks the 4th, 5th, or 3rd, like either location will have less units to defend, right? Shin is spread straight as Percival, he's spread very thin. Job in the main is going to be cleaned up. Nice pickoffs. Gets both medevacs. Percival should not be pushing, by the way. Percival is throwing away supply. He does nice mining here. But he can't afford to lose these tanks. And he will. Yeah, he will lose these tanks. Percival, he should not be out here. He did overextend. That means that this base is now that much more exposed. Nidus into the main. Lurkers, they bust into behind the mineral line. And SHIN is going for it. He's going for that expansion. The 5th base will fall. Yeah, it takes down the 5th. Lurkers, they deny upgrades. Percival being torn apart. He's being torn apart, Bappy. Oh god, the boys are being pulled. Another 17 dead SCVs. And even if Percival holds on here, it's critical damage. And he's not going to hold on. The Hydras, they break on through. Takes down both tanks and the Liberator. Final tank goes down. SHIN defending back at home. As there was a counter drop. Lunging forward, catching up the medevac. Oh, the CC does fall. And again, Percival, he almost stabilized. Percival, remember, he was getting up to 5 bases. He was turtling up, and then he pushed, right? That was a bit of a blunder here, a bit of a miscalculation from Percival. He did not have the spare supply to actually move out across the map, and it cost him his 5th base. Cost him the expansion. It also allowed this Nidus Worm to get up. So SHIN is still looking very comfortable. I can just back off, rebuild, remax, and do that again. I do like getting Nidus Worms here on the fringe bases. It does mean that if there's ever a drop, then we can always evacuate the drones and save them. Speaking of, Percival going for his own double drop on the left-hand side. Onto the Lurkers. SHIN is moving in. There's one tank to defend. We got one tank back. Oh, does snipe on the Liberators. Sorry, one of the Vipers, I mean. One Viper goes down. Bailey's gonna crash into the tank. Not the most efficient trades here from SHIN, but does break the siege line. At the same time, hey, that double drop did kill an expansion of 14 drones. 14 drone kills. But GG gets called again. Percival, he's been running on fumes, and we are going to the ace match. GG. Whew, we're getting into the ace match here. We're going to game 5 again. Percival, he was huffing a bit of copium, or a lot of copium towards that in that game. There was, I will say, a chance, an opportunity to recover. But as you mentioned, he moved out, right? He moved out across the map. He went for not just a drop, he went for a push with 2 tanks, which means he lost everything. He lost the tanks, he lost the army. That did trigger a counterattack, and that allowed SHIN to break the defensive line of Percival. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into the ace match. Getting into game 5. SHIN, he's begun his comeback. But fun fact, if you're out there, if you're a Zerg player, if you're watching these games, I would say that these builds are not safe for work. Every single game, SHIN, he has gone into a 2-base lair. Every single game without fail. Late 3rd base, 2-base lair, like 310, 320, 315, 313. Just very, very early lair timings, and he's been crazy. What I do appreciate though last game is he committed this time into the all-in off of 47 drones. 47 drones, 2-base Hydra all-in. This time he committed. This time his heart was in it, Pappy. Ay. Making up what happened in game 1. He was committed. And here we go, and we're now in the ace match. It all ends here, it all ends on Ruby Rock. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Orange Zerg tying up the series, and can he pull off the reverse sweep? He was down 2-0, by the way. He was down 2-0, winning 2 games in a row. Let's go. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran being forced into the ace match. He was up 2-0, by the way. He's been so close at closing out this series and barely has not been able to pull it off. Can we tighten things up here? Can we lock it down and pull off the upset? It is Percival. Let's go. Let us go. Is this for the first time this series? hatch, gas, pool. It's been a while. Over the past couple of games, it's been non-stop 15-15, early pool, later gas guys, or even pool first as well. So we've been seeing some really quirky builds here by SHIN, but finally we see hatch, gas, pool, something more standard, at least when it comes to the opener. Meanwhile, you can see that SHIN, he's very paranoid. Usually you send your first overlord across the map. Here, SHIN is hyper fixated on proxies. You can see here he sends his first overlord towards the south side, the other overlord into the center as well. SHIN is convinced that there is a rack somewhere. We can see that's a standard build, but SHIN is terrified of a proxy instead. So that will lead into a delayed overlord scout. Behind this we can see, was this CC first? No, okay, racks expand, but Percival, I believe he does skip the SCV scout. Yep, no SCV scouts, reactor first, skipping the Reaper as well. So this isn't the greediest build you can go for. It was not CC first, but greedy nonetheless. So Percival, he's cutting corners early on. Cutting corners, preserving gas. Now the big downside here, which is risky, is that Percival has 0 scouting. And against SHIN, this is dangerous, right? SHIN, he has shown us that he is willing to all in. Like, he's very, very aggressive. You can see even here, he does open up and he does stay in gas once again. He's going to base lair. And because of Percival's build, there's no SCV scout and there is no Reaper scout either. So I like the greed from Percival, but I also feel like this is very risky against SHIN. Very risky. There's a high chance that Percival, he might just scan. He might, oh, 1-1-1. 1-1-1 build. So if SHIN was going blindly into a 2-base roach all in, then Percival could shut it down. He's playing very safe. He's playing very, very safe. I say safe. This is safe/aggressive. It allows for extra Hellions. It allows for faster Banshees. This could even lead into a Hellbat push. The gamble is real here. Curious to see if he does commit into Hellbats. Meanwhile, 317-ish lair timing. Early lair. There's a Roach Warren. With that early Roach Warren, SHIN is going for an early Roach Rush. He's not going into 2-base Muta this time, or Hydra. And there's the Hellbat push. Ooh. Is this just a build or a win? I mean, it's a big... I was about to say that this is a calculated gamble. So, okay. SHIN, in this series, he's done 3 builds and he's rotated. It's either been 2-base Roach all-in, 2-base Hydra, or 2-base Muta. Fun fact, against 2 of those builds, against 2-base Hydra and 2-base Muta, Hellbat pushes would just kill. Like, so this is calculated. Like, 2 out of 3 times, Percival, he wins this game. But it's that 3rd time. it's that 3rd time where there's a Roach Warren. But I don't see Roaches. Where are the Roaches? There's no Roach production, and here come the Hellbats. Okay, here we go. Roach is now on the way. Roaches, they will defend, but SHIN needs time. SHIN, he needs time. Hellbats are pushing forward. They do morph in. There's 8 Roaches in production. SHIN just has to buy time for the Roaches. As Percival does rush forward, it does get one of the queens. 1 queen goes down. He's getting on top of the production as well. On top of the larva. Roaches now popping out. Getting 1, getting 2, getting 3 queen kills. Massive pickoffs. And SHIN, he needs to build up those Roaches. And over time, he should defend. But the Roaches are going down one after the other. Again, crucial that we just came to the production. Getting another Roach. That's what, 5 Roaches going down. Another Roach just trickles in within range of the Hellbats. Another Roach trickles in as well. Oh, the Lings though, they get across the map. 17 SCVs, 18 SCV kills, crippling damage. And SHIN has done it. SHIN has done it. He cripples Percival across the map. He defends back at home just barely with his Roaches. And again, it was so unlucky. 2 out of 3 times this works. If this was 2-base Muta or 2-base Hydra, 100% this works. This kills. Again, this was calculated. The odds were in his favor. It was just Roaches, right? It was just Roaches. It was not Muta. It was not Hydras. Not this time. It's so unlucky. I mean, kind of. Like, we're on Ruby Rock, right? Ruby Rock. Oh my god, Jesus. Drones are lining up. Messy defense here as 8 drones go down. Liberator into the main base. Messy defense. We're getting messy. But again, this is Ruby Rock. This is, I mean, you expect Roach play on this map. So yeah, there were other factors coming into play as well that could have been taken into account. Roach is 8+ into the main. We have the Banshee. Banshee does help. We'll kill this eventually. But how many SCVs survive? Oh no. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. Percival's getting desperate here, and he should lose even more workers. That's going to be 15 SCV kills. Crazy damage. GG gets called, and SHIN, he will pull off the reverse sweep. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations, Pappy. Congratulations, Shin. He does win 3 games in a row. Crazy series, Pappy. Ay, ay, ay. Crazy. But GG, well played. Congratulations, Shin. He will claim the series again. Every game he went 2-base. He went 2-base layer. Every single game 2-base layer. And again, he was rotating between 3 different builds, 3 different variations: 2-base Muta, 2-base Hydra, or 2-base Roach. And again, we saw that Percival, he gambled quite hard, going for that Hellbat push, going for that Hellbat all-in. It would have worked against the Mutas or against the Hydras, but not against the Roaches. Roaches, they popped out just in time to defend. Not just that, we had Shin counterattacking with his Zerglings as well, was able to strike across the map, get into the mineral lines, and crippled Percival. GG. GG, well played. Oh, as it did feel like Percival, he was trying to hard counter. He was trying to hard counter there. Big gamble. But GG, congratulations here to Shin for claiming the series, but a big shout out to Percival for making it to the finals, for defeating ByuN in the process, and for even forcing this to the ace match as well. But this was not a standard ZVT. It was not standard whatsoever. Like, Shin was an animal. Like, no one plays like Shin. Like, when I say that, players like Serral, Raynor, Solar, even Rogue, these builds that we just saw from Shin, we do this like once in a series, like once in a best of 5. Like once in a best of 5, maybe once in a best of 3, like every 2 weeks. Like you mix it in every now and then. Shin, he was an animal. every game, every game, non-stop chaos. It was fun. It was fun. I appreciate it. GG. Yeah. Yeah. Crazy. Yeah, with that, GG, well played, congratulations. Then again, shout out to Percival, because even though he went down here in the finals, he did make Shin work for it. It was a chaotic finals, and again, Percival, he even brought down ByuN in the process. So congratulations here to Shin, and a shout out to Percival. Again, Percival, as we've mentioned, he's been improving a lot over the past year post retirement. Remember, Percival, he came back in November of 2024. And throughout the course of 2025, he's been improving over the course of the year, to the point where nowadays he's beating players like ByuN more regularly. He's beating players like even, you know, your Max Paxes, even Max Pax every now and then as well. True. I said this before, I'll say it again. In my mind, Percival's weakest matchup is TVZ. He's caused the most amount of upsets against other Terran and Protoss players, less so against Zerg. But you can see here that his TVZ is quite solid, but again, this was a very unique TVZ, right? Like, Shin was not playing standard, and he doesn't play like any other player, so there's only limited information you can really glean from this series, because it was so chaotic and so weird and so quirky. But it made for a fun series. It was a very uniquely Percival versus Shin matchup, for sure. But with that, GG, well played. With that, congratulations, and we're going to be wrapping up here for the evening. We're going to be wrapping up, as that was the random raffle, of course. Shout out to Shameless winning the raffle, and if you enjoyed the content, bam, this is our weekly schedule. The upcoming week here, we have a lot of StarCraft, a lot of content, as always. Up next, our next broadcast should be in around 8 hours. 8 hours time, we're going to be live with the Patch Clash, Showdown. That is going to be an invitational, I believe 3 show matches. 3 show matches back to back to back. That is going to be in 8 hours. Otherwise, we're also going to be live. Oh, sorry, I say 8 hours. My apologies. It's going to be in 10 hours. Sorry, 10 hours. As that is 9 a.m. KST, not AEST. We're going to be live in 10 hours time with the Patch Clash. We also have the Wardy TV Monday. That's going to be tomorrow evening. We have the OSC Elite Rising Star on Tuesday. We have Pegasus Cup on Wednesday and Thursday. We have the Podcast on Thursday. We have StarCraft Evolution, the return of SC Evo. That'll be on Friday. And then we have COVID Giants Cup over the weekend. Plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft throughout the course of the week. If you enjoy our content, do consider following, whether it's here on Twitch or over on YouTube. We do stream on a daily basis. We cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there, more than Wardy, more than Steadfast. We have all the content, we have the quality, and we have a little bit of the quality as well. Sorry, we have the quantity, and we have a little bit of the quality as well. Again, plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft. We finally did catch up with most of our big premiere events, and now we're catching up with, you know, Pegasus Cups, Wardy TV Mondays, COVID Giants Cups as well. We're slowly catching up, and we should catch up mid-March. Like mid-March, we should be able to be caught up with all the replays and purely focus on live casting instead. should be the case. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. If you want to support us even further, you can do so via Patreon. Exclamation mark Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments on a regular basis. This tournament here, Sparkling Tuna Cup, is funded by Patreon, by the people, so you can help us grow the prize pool in of these tournaments even further to attract even bigger players. Again, we had a really nice kind of lineup here. We have we often do see players like ByuN, SHIN, Classic, Hero, Showtime, SKillous. We do attract some strong competitors, of course, but there are others that typically aren't too interested, players like Clem or players like MaxPax, who often do play in the other Open Cups. Not quite in this one though, as this does have a bit of a smaller prize pool compared to Pegasus Cup or compared to Woody TV Mondays. It's a little bit smaller, but it can help us grow, help us attract those other big players and give them more opportunities to actually earn some prize money, to compete, and to improve. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate it, and we'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys either later on later on in 10 hours, or tomorrow. See you next time. It's too early for the EU degens. True, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But thanks for watching. With that, we're going to be heading off. Otherwise, see you guys next time. Ciao, bye, ciao. See you next time. Also, again, this is a weekly tournament. We'll see you next week. Next week for some more Sparkling Tuna Cup. Till next time.